Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Built the Ultimate Cyknight. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not long ago, a group of scientists created a new form of advanced artificial intelligence and placed these AIs inside powerful robots. The robots soon became known as next-generation cybernetic knights, commonly called Cyknights. The Cyknights quickly integrated into modern society and became a part of everyday life in police work, business, and even homes. Children with Cyknights created a sport in which the machines battled one another, and it became known as Cyknight Wars. Now modern science would clash with ancient magic in an epic tale, and that tale begins now. A young man ran down the sidewalk. He was a 17-year-old Japanese student named Issei Hyodo, lean and 5 feet 7 inches tall, with short brown hair that spiked at the back and several long bangs in front. His eyes were bright brown with a golden tint. He wore his school uniform loosely, a black blazer with white accents over a long-sleeved white shirt and a red t-shirt beneath, black pants, and blue sneakers trimmed in white. A brown satchel hung from his left shoulder. Issei muttered that he had overslept and that he would be in trouble with the student council president if he arrived late, and he hurried his pace. He reached the school gate and ran straight through. He bent over and rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath, relieved that he had made it. The student council president called out that he was cutting it close, and Issei turned to see her. The student council president, Sona, was about 18 and slightly shorter than Issei at 5 feet 5 inches. She had a slim figure, a black bob held by a small yellow hair clip, and violet eyes behind thin magenta-rimmed oval glasses. Her uniform was neat and buttoned, completed by a black ribbon at her neck and a short magenta skirt with white accents. Her arms were crossed and her expression was slightly stern. Issei apologized for oversleeping and explained that he had forgotten to set his alarm. Sona accepted the apology and asked him not to let it happen again. Her tone softened as she let her arms fall to her sides. Issei then remembered something and offered Sona a small USB stick. He explained that he had been unable to repair the hard drive she had asked him to look at, but he had salvaged the documents and transferred them to the USB without altering anything. Sona thanked him and noted that losing that data would have caused the student council a lot of problems. Issei suggested she make regular backups, and Sona promised she would. They exchanged goodbyes and Issei walked away. Sona watched him until he disappeared from view, then closed her eyes and smiled faintly. A friend's voice behind her commented that Sona seemed interested in him. Sona turned to see Rias, another student council member who was about 18 and taller than both Sona and Issei at 5 feet 8 inches. Rias had long crimson hair that reached her thighs and bluish-green eyes. Her presence was striking and confident. She wore the same uniform as Sona. Sona sighed and asked what Rias wanted. Rias said she was curious about Issei. Sona described Issei as knowledgeable about technology, always willing to help, and the founder of the robotics club. She also said he did not deserve the reputation he had acquired among other students. Rias agreed that he was kind and sweet, then mentioned that some students had misused what they learned from him in ways that caused trouble. Sona considered that Issei's technological skill and his sacred gear might be useful, and Rias wondered if that same sacred gear could help with her own problem involving an engagement. Both women fell silent as they considered the possibilities, then reminded each other that classes were about to start and they should not be late. They walked toward class together. Later, after school, Issei walked alone toward the gate, musing that classes were getting harder, which he supposed was to be expected. Then he heard someone shout a warning. Voices called for people to get out of the way. Issei turned toward the sound and widened his eyes as he saw 2 boys running at high speed toward the gate. One wore a buzz cut and looked rough around the edges. He wore the same uniform as Issei, except his shirt was buttoned to the top and his blazer hung open. He had brown dress shoes instead of sneakers like Issei. The second boy had short black hair and thick square glasses that made his eyes hard to see. His shirt and blazer were fully buttoned, and a black ribbon was tied in a bow at his collar. Issei stuttered the names Matsuda and Motohama as the two boys ran straight toward him. He realized, with growing alarm, that they were heading directly for him. He muttered that this was bad just before they rushed past and accidentally knocked him over. He landed on his back and groaned as he pushed himself into a sitting position and rubbed the back of his head. Shadows fell over him, and when he opened his eyes he saw a group of girls in kendo uniforms standing over him. Two of them stood at the front. One had short strawberry blonde hair with a light yellow headband and dark brown eyes. The other had long brown hair pulled into a ponytail with a red ribbon and lighter brown eyes. Both looked angry and each of the girls held a shurnai. The strawberry blonde called him out, insulting him for behavior she assumed, and the brunette accused him of being a pervert. Issei pleaded with Keitase and Murayama to calm down, but they insisted he needed to be taught a lesson. They raised their wooden swords and prepared to strike, and Issei shut his eyes and braced himself for an undeserved beating. A female voice shouted for them to stop, causing everyone to freeze. When Issei cracked one eye open, he realized the two shinase were just inches from his face. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he turned his head slightly and recognized his rescuer. A tall girl with long blue hair and blue eyes stood before him. Her features were boyish but still held a feminine charm. She wore the girl's uniform with her sleeves rolled up past the elbow and a blue wristband on her left arm. Issei acknowledged her with a relieved question. The blue-haired girl demanded to know what was going on. Murayama and Keitase explained they were about to teach Issei a lesson for the supposed behavior. The rescuer, Tsubasa, spoke calmly and said she knew Issei well enough to believe he was not a pervert. She suggested that the two boys who had run past Matsuda and Motohama had been caught peeking, fled when discovered, and then knocked Issei over, which led to the misunderstanding. Keitase and Murayama insisted he was involved, but when Tsubasa pressed them for evidence they faltered and turned away. Tsubasa crossed her arms and suggested they let Issei go, then pointed out the direction where she'd seen the two boys run. The kendo girls straightened up and ran off toward that direction. A few seconds later, very loud, painful screams echoed from the direction they had run. Tsubasa shook her head and muttered that they were idiots, then turned back to the still-seated Issei and extended a hand to help him up with a bright smile. He took her hand and she pulled him to his feet while he dusted himself off. Issei thanked her, and when Tsubasa said he could call her Tsubasa, he apologized awkwardly and picked up his bag. Tsubasa sighed, placed her hands on her hips with a small smile, and said she had to go do some student council work before leaving. Issei replied with a farewell as she turned and walked away. Alone, Issei muttered that maybe he could finally finish the scanner he had been working on. Meanwhile, in an old Victorian-style house near the school, Rias sat on the second floor in a wood-paneled room furnished with a large Victorian couch, several chairs along the walls, and a table in the middle. She was not alone. 3 others were in the room with her. One was a girl about the same age as Rias with very long black hair tied in a high ponytail by a large orange ribbon. Her hair still reached down near her legs, and she had violet eyes. She wore the girl's uniform like Rias but with black socks. Another was a petite girl with a white bob haircut, 2 long bangs that fell past her shoulders, and hair clips shaped like cat ears. She had hazel eyes and also wore the uniform with black socks but no shoulder cape. The final person in the room was a boy about 17 years old and of average height. They sat together in the parlor. The conversation paused as they waited for the next matter to be addressed. Kiba had light skin and obvious European features. He had short blonde hair and light gray eyes, with a small mole under his left eye. He wore the male school uniform. Rias sat in one of the chairs at the end of the table. Kaneko, the small white-haired girl, sat on the couch, and Kiba stood at attention on the opposite side of the table. Akino, the black-haired girl with a ponytail, had just finished pouring Rias a cup of tea. Rias thanked Akino and sipped the tea, then set the cup back on the table and remarked that it was delicious. Akino returned the thanks. Rias then moved down to business and announced that she had found someone who would make an excellent addition to their group. Akino asked who the potential new member was. Rias placed a photograph of the boy on the table and identified him as Hyodo Issei. Kiba acknowledged that he had heard of Issei, mentioning that Issei was skilled with technology and a fan of Cyknights, But Kiba did not understand what made him so special. Rias explained that she had confirmed Issei possessed a sacred gear and, from what she could tell, it appeared to be powerful. Akino asked if it was the same type they had in mind, and Rias confirmed that it was. Rias added that they had to act quickly if they wanted to secure him. Rias instructed Kaneko to keep an eye on Issei, and Kaneko agreed. Rias then asked Kiba to do the same and to investigate something else. Kiba acknowledged the order. Akino asked why Rias was in such a hurry, and Rias explained that Sona was also showing interest in recruiting Issei. Akino, looking at the photograph with clear interest, commented that if Sona wanted him, he must be special. On the table near them, a chessboard displayed 5 red crystal pieces: a king, a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook. Meanwhile, in the student council office, Sona sat at an oak desk working on a computer that showed the same photograph of Issei and several additional details. Tsubaki stood beside her. Tsubaki was about 18 years old and 5 feet 7 inches. She had extremely long straight black hair that reached to her knees and mismatched eyes, her right eye light brown and her left eye violet, and she wore light blue semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses and the female school uniform. Sona told Tsubaki that Issei was skilled and that his sacred gear looked potentially powerful. Sona said she had to move fast if she wanted to recruit him. Nearby, a chessboard held several blue crystal pieces: a king, a queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 2 rooks. Later, Issei worked in a small, rather run-down room, tinkering with a device. After some adjustments, he fitted a casing and powered up the light gray, futuristic flip phone-like device. The screen displayed a basic map of the area with several blips, a total of 15, 13 black, 1 gray, and 1 red right where he was. He wondered what the blips meant. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized the time and worried that he needed to get home before his mother was upset. He gathered his tools and bag, put the new device in his pocket, locked the door and hurried out. Issei rushed through the school gates without watching where he was going and collided with someone. They both fell back. Issei groaned that it was the second time that day and looked up to see who he had bumped into. The girl was about his age with long black hair, reaching the middle of her back and violet eyes. She wore a dark red blazer with a gold letter P on the left lapel over a white shirt and a red bow, and a short green skirt with a thin white stripe along the hem. She winced from the fall. Issei apologized, cheeks flushed. The girl said it was all right, picked up the brown bag she had dropped, and stood. She hesitated, then asked if he was Hyodo Issei. He confirmed that he was. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma and asked if he was seeing anyone at the moment. When Issei said he was not, Yuma shyly asked if he would go out with her. Issei agreed and they arranged to meet at the mall on Sunday. Yuma's smile brightened, she said goodbye, and Issei responded. Both of them then walked off. Unnoticed by them, Kaneko had been watching from behind a nearby tree. After they left, Kaneko slipped away without a word. Later that night, Rias sat in the same room under an antique lamp and noted that Sona had also taken an interest in Issei. V muttered that she should put some insurance in place as she picked up a plain white pawn, a mischievous glint in her bluish-green eyes. Later, on Sunday morning, Issei stood just outside the mall. He wore a black polo shirt with 3 white buttons, the collar trimmed in red and white, a long-sleeved gray shirt left open over it, black trousers with a black belt and silvery buckle, and a pair of black dress shoes. He wondered where she was. A woman stepped up beside him and offered a flyer. Issei turned and found himself facing a young woman a little shorter than him, light-skinned with stylish, slightly messy short brown hair and big brown eyes. She wore a red dress with an orange bow and a layered jagged hem, short puffy sleeves, small bat-like accents at the shoulders, and a pair of black boots. A dark red bag hung on her left arm. She handed him a small brown piece of paper that bore a black magical circle design. He thanked her, and she smiled before walking away. Issei thought that had been odd. He glanced at the flyer and read the phrase, "We grant your wish." A familiar voice called Issei's name. He put the flyer in his right front pocket and turned toward the sound. Yuma approached, wearing a different outfit than when they had first met, a short black dress topped with a light purple jacket, black sandals, and a pink bag slung over her left shoulder. She apologized if she had kept him waiting, and Issei reassured her that it had only been a little while. The new couple walked through the shopping district, passing other people accompanied by various Cyknights of different shapes and sizes. Yuma pulled Issei into a clothing store, browsed different shirts, and had him stand in front of a mirror to see how they looked. Issei flushed at the attention. Yuma tried on a puffy pink wristband, and he nodded approvingly. Later they sat in a cafe. Issei drank a green beverage while Yuma ate a fruit parfait. As they walked down the street, a buzzing reminder sounded on Issei's phone. He realized he had almost forgotten something he wanted to show her. When Yuma asked what it was, Issei smiled and said he would show her. He took her hand and led her through the crowd. They arrived in front of a large round building with a prominent sign that read Cyknight. Issei explained that it was the Cyknight War Arena and asked if she minded. Yuma laughed and said she was actually curious, she had never seen a Cyknight war before. Issei was surprised, asking where she was from, and Yuma simply said she was from out of town and preferred to leave it at that. They went inside to find good seats. They sat together in the arena bleachers. The central dirt floor held several large rocks and 2 control booths at opposite ends. On a raised podium stood a man in his mid-20s, about 5'11", with short black hair and sunglasses. He wore a black shirt, a red jacket, blue jeans, and black shoes. He welcomed the crowd and announced the day's Cyknight War. The announcer introduced the competitors. First, he named Ayasu and his Cyknight, Commando. Ayasu was a young man with short light blonde hair and brown eyes, wearing a camouflage muscle shirt that showed his well-toned arms, dark green baggy trousers, and black boots. He wore a large headset with a microphone and a translucent green eyepiece over his right eye. A large green gem adorned the headset on the right side. Beneath Ayasu's control booth, a Cyknight emerged. The Cyknight stood about 6 feet tall and looked like an armored human. It wore a brown bodysuit with green armor on the feet and lower legs, trimmed in light gray, accented with small yellow pieces over the knee area. The upper legs were unarmored but crossed by 2 light gray metal belts with a round buckle. His torso was covered in green armor with extra thick dark gray plating over the upper chest, and 3 small slots on both sides. Green armor covered the front, top, and back of his shoulders but not the outer edges. His upper arms were unarmored. Rectangular plates protected his forearms with the same pattern as his lower legs and light gray trim at the edges. His hands were covered in black gloves. His head was encased in a helmet with a T-shaped slit. The helmet was mostly green, with cheek markings matching the forearms and lower legs but with inverted colors. 3 long brown tubes resembling hair trailed from the back of the helmet. 2 large, thick black tubes with a white stripe down the middle rose from the top of his back. At the end of the right tube was a long red shoulder cannon. The left tube ended in a small elongated launcher, mostly black with a white stripe and 3 small missiles protruding from the front. All the joints were covered by a copper-like substance. The crowd cheered loudly. The announcer on the podium introduced the opponents as Juho and Destroyer. In the other control room, a young man with slicked-back black hair and sharp dark gray eyes watched with a cocky grin. He wore a black leather jacket over a dark purple shirt, black trousers and boots, purple fingerless gloves, and a purple bracer with a large dark purple gem over his right arm. Below him, his Cyknight appeared. The black and purple Cyknight matched Commando in height and build but differed in armor and coloration. Its bodysuit was pitch black. Its feet featured purple stripe-like markings on both sides, trimmed in dark gray. Thick black armor with purple stripes covered the lower legs, and a dark gray belt wrapped the waist. The chest was heavily plated, mostly black with purple accents on the sides. Broad shoulder armor jutted outward, black with dark gray trim. A large dark gray high-tech cannon protruded from the top of the right shoulder, pointing straight up. A black rectangular case with 3 small purple missiles projected from the top of the left shoulder. The upper arms were bare. Thick black forearm armor bore large purple motifs with dark gray trim at the front. Its hands were black and clawed. The helmet resembled Commando's in shape but was black with purple stripes, and 2 glowing red eyes peered from beneath the T-shaped slit. A large black shield trimmed in dark gray with several purple tiger-like stripes was mounted on its back. Destroyer growled low in its circuits, but the crowd's roar did not falter. A man wearing sunglasses checked the crowd and asked if everyone was ready, prompting an even louder cheer. The announcer declared the Cyknight war commenced. Ieyasu ordered Commando to initiate a missile strike. Commando launched a set of missiles that streaked toward Destroyer. Juho instructed Destroyer to match the attack. Destroyer growled and fired its own trio of missiles. The two volleys collided midway and detonated into a cloud of fire and smoke. Ieyasu ordered Commando to engage in close-quarters combat. The green Cyknight surged forward. Juho commanded Destroyer to demonstrate its destructive power while tapping the gem on his bracer. Destroyer roared and charged. The two Cyknights met in a thunderous clash. Commando landed a right hook and struck Destroyer's jaw. Destroyer staggered, recovered, and retaliated with a sweeping slash. Commando ducked beneath the blow and drove a blow into Destroyer's midsection. Juho ordered Destroyer to fall back. The black and purple Cyknight growled but obeyed and leaped away, finding its back against a tall rock pillar. Ieyasu taunted his opponent for putting himself in such a position. Juho calmly replied that he had a plan and instructed Destroyer to turn and strike the pillar behind it, then move. Destroyer obeyed. It struck the pillar with its clawed hands to stabilize the base, then dove out of the way. The pillar toppled toward Commando, who narrowly avoided it. The pillar struck the ground and knocked Commando down, sending up a large dust cloud. The man wearing sunglasses quipped about a crushing defeat, while Juho declared the match his. Ieyasu insisted the battle was not over, grinned, and ordered Commando to launch another missile strike. 3 missiles emerged from the dust cloud and slammed into Destroyer, detonating and forcing the black and purple Cyknight backward. The slicked back-haired spectator's eyes widened in shock. As the dust thinned, Commando stood, having evaded the worst of the collapse. Ieyasu ordered Commando to finish the match with a tactical laser and aimed the shoulder cannon at the still-recovering Destroyer. Juho shouted for Destroyer to raise its shield, and Destroyer deployed its shield just in time. The green laser blast struck the shield and a fresh cloud of dust sprayed outward. Ieyasu claimed victory, but Juho countered and told him to take a look. Ieyasu took a closer look at the battlefield and realized, to his surprise, that Destroyer had drawn its shield and used it to block the attack. The dust cleared, revealing Destroyer standing ready behind its shield, the match far from decided. The black-haired Cyknighter ordered Destroyer to show a real attack with his deviation cannon. The purple-striped Cyknight threw aside his shield, aimed his cannon, charged the attack, and fired a powerful purple beam. Ieyasu was too shocked to react, and the deviation cannon struck Commando squarely. The blast produced a large explosion and sent the green Cyknight skidding back to the ground. The Commando tried to push himself up but could not. He fell back and lay motionless. The commentator announced that the winners of the match were Juho and Destroyer. The crowd cheered, Juho flashed a cocky grin, and Destroyer gave a victorious roar. Soon the couple were outside the arena, both looking happy. Yuma said the event had been amazing and that she never knew Cyknight Wars could be so exciting. Issei said he was glad she had enjoyed it and mentioned a Cyknight store he had been meaning to visit, suggesting they stop by. Yuma agreed enthusiastically and urged them to go. Issei accepted. They entered a large store called Cyber Kingdom filled with a wide assortment of Cyknight parts. The black-haired girl marveled at how incredible the place looked, and Issei agreed. A clerk at the desk noticed them. He was a young man with tan skin, short black hair, and black eyes behind square glasses, wearing a green polo with an orange collar, jeans, and sneakers. His name tag read Kaido. Kaido called to Issei. Issei turned and pointed to himself, asking if Kaido meant him. Kaido stepped from behind the desk and asked whether he was Hyodo Issei. Issei confirmed that he was and asked why. Kaido explained that a few days earlier the store had received a package with instructions to hand it to Issei if he came in. The note included a picture and was signed by someone named Hikari Daisuke. Issei recognized the name and told Kaido it must be from his uncle Daisuke. Kaido said he would fetch the package from the back. Yuma tilted her head and asked whether Issei's uncle had sent something. Issei admitted he did not see his uncle often and did not know much about him. Kaito returned wheeling a large white box mounted on small wheels with a handle and a stylized mark on the front. Issei and Yuma looked on in surprise. Kaito explained that the box contained a Cyknight kit and then handed Issei a large round green gem set in a square red casing. Issei recognized the device as a Cyknight control unit and thanked Kaito. Yuma urged Issei onward to one last place she wanted to see. Issei agreed, tucked the controller into his pocket, and took hold of the kit's handle as Yuma led him away. A bit later they were alone in a park surrounded by trees with a large fountain at the center. Yuma released Issei's hand and moved to stand before the fountain with her hands behind her back. Issei set the Cyknight kit down beside him and said the day had been a lot of fun. Yuma then asked Issei to do her a favor to commemorate their first date. Issei asked what she meant. Yuma's expression went cold and she told him to die. Issei stammered in confusion as she repeated the demand and then revealed that her true name was Rainier. Her appearance shifted into a dark, winged form. Rainier produced a spear of light and hurled it at him. Issei managed to move aside, but the thrown spear struck his right shoulder. The blow staggered him and he cried out as he fell back, clutching his arm. Some of the impact reached the Cyknight kit, scuffing its surface. Rainier let out a small, dark chuckle and said that while his evasive move had been impressive, his luck had run out. Rainier summoned another pinkish light spear. Suddenly a bright light shone from Issei's pocket. Rainier was shocked and asked what it was, her cold eyes widening. Issei noticed and reached into his pocket with his right hand. He pulled out the Cyknight control device and saw the gem glowing brightly. Issei muttered in confusion. The device glowed brighter and transformed into a red armored gauntlet on his right arm, extending over the back of his hand while leaving the fingers uncovered. A large green gem sat on the back of the hand and a smaller oval orange gem rested in the middle of the gauntlet. Two large golden blades curved back from both sides of the gauntlet. Both of them stared at the gauntlet in shock and awe. Rainier wondered if it was his sacred gear. After a closer look she dismissed it as one of those Cyknight control devices. Issei stammered that it was amazing. Rainier declared that the piece of junk would not save him and ordered him to die. They were interrupted by a loud growl. Rainier demanded what was happening now. The growling came from the Cyknight kit box, which began to shake. The box burst open and revealed the Cyknight within. The Cyknight was a large 7-inch robot resembling an anthropomorphic dragon. It had crimson feet with 3 large golden claws at the front of each foot and ruby-red armor covering the ankle joints, adorned with fiery ornaments. Thick crimson armor protected its lower legs, each topped with a ruby spike that covered the knees, and a small round emerald sphere sat in the center of every spike. The upper legs were thinner and a lighter crimson, and a golden tube belt encircled its waist. Scarlet armor covered the torso with gold trim. Thick crimson shoulder plates were overlaid with ruby armor at their outer edges, each shoulder tipped with 3 large golden claws. The upper arms were a lighter crimson, and the thin forearms bore ruby spikes at the elbows with small emerald spheres at their centers. Red tubular armor ringed the wrists. Its hands looked human, armored across the backs with darker red fingers. A short reptilian neck, rose-colored at the front, supported a reptilian face with a prominent beak-like snout and small jagged teeth. 2 short golden spikes projected from the back of its head like horns, and bright green eyes watched from a crimson face. 2 large red metallic wings extended from its back. The red dragon-like Cyknight let out a powerful roar. Rainier sneered that it was a stupid robot lizard. The Cyknight responded with a growl. Rainier decided to destroy the toy before finishing Issei and threw her light spear directly at the red Cyknight. Issei cried out in protest. Unexpectedly, the Cyknight raised its right fist and struck the light spear, shattering it. Rainier shouted that it was impossible. The Cyknight glared at her. Rainier dismissed the interruption as not worth the trouble, vowed to return to finish the job, and spread her wings before flying off into the sky. The red Cyknight growled at her retreating figure. A deep groan interrupted the moment. The Cyknight turned to see Issei groaning and looking steadily paler. Issei, weakened and fading, collapsed. The last thing he saw before everything went black was the red Cyknight standing over him. Later, Everything remained dark for Issei until a deep masculine voice called for him to wake up. Issei groaned as his eyes cracked open. He saw a familiar ceiling and sunlight spilling across the room. He sat up and realized he was back in his own bed and had bandages over his right shoulder where he had been injured. He wondered what had happened the previous night as he rubbed his head. The deep voice said that he wanted to know the same thing. Issei glanced around and noticed the red dragon Cyknight standing in the corner of his room with its arms crossed. He muttered in surprise at the Cyknight's presence. The Cyknight, sounding somewhat annoyed, asked what it was doing in this tin can. Issei's eyes widened, and he screamed in shock, exclaiming what was happening. Issei screamed, and the dragon Cyknight clamped his hands over his head, complaining that the noise was hurting his hearing. Issei finally stopped and tried to catch his breath, stunned that the machine had spoken. He stammered in disbelief that the red robot could talk. The dragon-themed Cyknight, lowering his hands, demanded to know why he had suddenly found himself in Issei's body. Issei fumbled for an explanation, but a knock came at his bedroom door before he could answer. A kind woman's voice called from the other side, asking if he was all right because she had heard screaming and another voice. Issei muttered that it was his mother, and she announced she was coming in. She opened the door despite his protests. Issei's mother was a middle-aged woman with long dark brown hair tied in a low ponytail, bangs across her forehead, and gentle light brown eyes similar to her son's. A couple of small wrinkles marked her face, and she wore a short-sleeve white blouse, blue jeans, and white socks. She immediately noticed that Issei's right arm was bandaged. She rushed to his side, missing the large red dragon-like Cyknight entirely, and gently touched the bandage. Issei winced slightly. She asked what had happened to him. Drake lied, explaining that Issei had been attacked by muggers the previous night, that he had intervened, and that Issei had been cut on the arm and fainted before Drake brought him home and bandaged him. When Issei's mother turned, she finally noticed the Cyknight and asked where it had come from. Issei explained that it had apparently been sent by Uncle Dasuk and that he had picked it up at a new Cyknight store. She considered whether they could keep a Cyknight in the house. Issei suggested it might help with chores like cooking and cleaning, pointing out she had mentioned needing help. The red Cyknight looked at him in shock and then anger. Issei's mother asked if the new friend had a name. Issei hesitated, then offered the name Akaryu. The Cyknight's expression said he did not approve. His mother told Issei to get dressed and meet her downstairs because he needed to leave for school soon, then welcomed the Cyknight to the family and left. After she left, the Cyknight turned on Issei and demanded to know why anyone would announce responsibilities for him without his consent, complaining about the name Akaryu. Issei apologized, saying he had chosen a name that might convince his mother to let the Cyknight stay and that he had never had a chance to ask for the robot's name. The large Cyknight sighed and explained that his true name was Drake, but that Issei should use Akaryu when they were in public. Issei agreed, then said he needed to get dressed. Drake said he would wait outside, and before leaving he warned Issei not to tell anyone what had happened the previous night and not to talk about the girl he had been with, saying others probably would not remember her. Issei looked confused, and Drake told him he would explain later before ducking through the doorway. At the old school building where the student council met, Rias sat in her chair while Akino stood beside her. Rias was clearly annoyed. She explained that evidence showed Issei had been attacked and that the residual magic in the area indicated a fallen angel was responsible. Yet there was no body, the seal had not activated, and Kaneko had reported that Issei had somehow ended up back at his house. Rias could not understand how he had survived. Akino observed that their plan to recruit him into Rias's group had failed, but admitted she was relieved he had not died. Rias agreed and sighed, promising to try a different method. Akino warned that they should act quickly or another student, Sona, might recruit him for herself. Rias acknowledged the warning. Back at the Hyodo residence, Drake swept the hallway with a broom, wearing a simple white apron. He found the task unexpectedly calming and let out a small, quiet chuckle as he worked. Issei's mother came out from the kitchen carrying a bento box and asked the Cyknight if he could take Issei's lunch to him since Issei had forgotten it. Drake agreed to do so. He put the broom against the wall, took off the apron, and hung it on a nearby hook. He walked over to the woman and gently took the bento box from her. The kind mother thanked Akaryu, and the large Cyknight replied that it was no problem. The red, winged robot turned and went to the front door. He opened the door, ducked briefly to squeeze through, and closed it behind him. The woman muttered that she should see if she could find larger doors as she tilted her head and thought. Outside the house, Drake passed through the gate and stood on the pavement. He said he needed to get the lunch to Issei quickly and that it would be a good chance to see how well this body could fly. He secured the box under his right arm, planted his feet for balance, spread the wings on his back, and released a pinkish, fire-like energy from them. He bent his legs, launched into the air, and flew off into the sky. A bit later, during the break between classes, the students wandered the grounds enjoying their free time. Issei walked alone. A proud voice called out his full name from behind him. He turned and saw a young man of about 18, tall and confident, wearing the school uniform with his blazer undone. A nearby student complained that the principal's child should not be here. Others wondered what the principal's son was doing now. Some students insulted him, calling him a pervert and worse than the notorious pervert duo, and saying he thought he could do anything because his father was the principal. Issei stammered his name and asked what the caller wanted. Daku Noboru crossed his arms and informed Issei that the gaming club had to be disbanded immediately. Issei protested and asked why. Noboru explained that he planned to convert the room the club used into a relaxation room for himself. Issei objected that it was unfair, but Noboru replied that unless Issei's father was the principal, his opinion did not matter, and he suggested moving the club's equipment out by the next morning or he would speak to his father about expelling Issei. Issei shouted in disbelief, and the others gasped. Students voiced that Hyodo had worked hard to establish the club and that the arrogant boy was trying to take it away. Issei began to stutter, shocked and unsure of what to do. A deep, familiar voice called for Issei. He quickly corrected himself and called the Cyknight by name, Akaryu. Everyone turned to see Drake approaching with the bento box under his arm. A student gasped in awe at the massive Cyknight. Several students commented that the Cyknight looked strong and cool and wondered what it wanted with Issei. Only Daku Noboru remained unimpressed, glaring with arms crossed. Drake walked up and stood protectively in front of Issei, ignoring the rest. Issei asked what Akaryu was doing there. Drake explained that Issei had forgotten his lunch and that his mother had asked him to bring it. He handed the bento box to Issei, who thanked him. Noboru sneered and asked who the piece of junk was. The insult angered Drake, who demanded to know who was being called a piece of junk. Noboru assumed the Cyknight belonged to Issei and asked how long Issei had had it. Issei admitted he had just gotten the Cyknight the day before. A cruel grin spread across Noboru's face as he proposed a solution: a Cyknight's war after school. If Issei won, he could keep the club room and the club. If Noboru won, the club would be disbanded and Noboru would claim the Cyknight as his own servant. Students reacted that the match would be unfair since Noboru had possession of his Cyknight for months while Issei was new to his. Noboru pressed for an answer. Drake urged Issei to accept the challenge, and Issei, seeing the burning determination in the red Cyknight's green eyes, sighed and agreed. Noboru declared that he would see Issei after school and walked off. Drake growled and clenched his fists, calling Noboru a brat. Issei asked if they could really win. Drake reprimanded him not to speak as if defeat were certain and insisted that Issei must never lose the will to fight. Victory, Drake said, belonged only to those willing to keep fighting until the end. He acknowledged the hard work Issei had put into creating and maintaining the club and asked if Issei was willing to fight for it now. Issei stared wide-eyed for a moment and then set his jaw with fierce determination. Issei shouted an energetic greeting, and Drake adopted a slight smile in response. Drake then told Issei that was the look he had wanted to see and called him kiddo. Issei simply smiled back. In the thinning crowd, Kiba watched the two of them with keen interest and quietly told a friend that Rias would want to know about this. Later, during lunch break, Issei and Drake were in the robotics and gaming club room. Drake, massive and nearly 7 feet tall, asked to confirm the rules of a Cyknight war, that only the opponent's Cyknight could be harmed and not the person controlling it, and that the winner received part of the defeated Cyknight as a prize. Issei confirmed those rules and admitted surprise that Drake did not already know them, expecting that knowledge to be part of Cyknight programming. Drake replied that, mentally, he did not consider himself truly a Cyknight. Issei began to ask what Drake considered himself to be, but the conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Issei invited the visitors in, and Motohama and Matsuda entered. The two classmates greeted them. Matsuda said they had come to help Issei defeat Noboru, calling him an idiot, and Motohama added that they wanted to apologize. They apologized briefly for causing trouble in the past. Issei accepted the apology and asked how they could help. Matsuda suggested finding out Drake's special moves. Motohama explained that they could summon the Cyknight control device to display Drake's unique attacks and check his stats. Issei produced the small device. The gem glowed and transformed into an armored bracer. Motohama complimented the controller, calling it cool-looking. Issei thanked him and asked how to look up the stats. Matsuda said to tap the gem. Issei tapped the gem on the bracer. A small hologram of Drake projected from the gem and statistics appeared. Matsuda read the results. Drake was a dragon-type Cyknight specialized in close-range combat, with outstanding strength, speed, agility, and power, and a clear affinity for fire. Matsuda then wondered what Drake's special art move might be. The green gem on the bracer flashed. Issei pressed the round gem and the name of the special art, Flare Boost, appeared. Motohama encouraged Issei to try it. Issei activated the bracer and attempted Flare Boost, but after a few seconds nothing happened. Drake muttered that it had been a dud and looked embarrassed. Matsuda suggested they skip evaluating special moves for now and focus on hand-to-hand fighting, and his friend agreed. Issei stared at his controller and wondered why it had not worked. Meanwhile, Ria sat in her room sipping tea with her legs crossed. Akino stood beside her with her arms folded, Kaneko sat on the couch eating candy, and Kiba stood at attention across the table. Ria set her cup on a coaster and asked whether Issei and his new Cyknight would fight Noboru after school. Issei confirmed that they would. Rias commented that it should be interesting to watch. After school, a large group of students gathered in a circle. In the center, Issei stood with his control bracer while Drake waited at his side. Across from them stood Noboru, holding a Cyknight control device shaped like a black cane with gold plating around the tip and a large purple gem on top. Noboru announced his Cyknight, the skilled strike shade. The purple gem on his cane glowed, sending a thin beam into the ground that rose into a pillar of purple light and gusts of wind before fading to reveal a black Cyknight. Strike Shade stood about 5 feet 10 inches tall and resembled a streamlined, ninja-like young man. He wore a mostly black bodysuit with white panels along his sides and hips. His foot armor was pointed and black-edged with white tops, and gold bands with small purple gems rimmed his ankles. His lower legs were white with additional black armor and pronounced knee guards. Extra armor along the backs of his legs pointed backward. Around his waist sat a thick black belt with a gold buckle and an additional gold panel at the back. His upper torso was protected by mostly black armor trimmed with gold at the bottom and reinforced padding between neck and shoulder. A gray chest plate with a crisscross pattern gave a textured appearance, and gold accents framed his collar. His spherical shoulder armor remained black, and his upper arms were unarmored. The left forearm bore thick black armor with gray over the elbow and a pentagonal purple gem projecting from the front, trimmed in gold and extending slightly over a large white-gloved hand. His right arm, in contrast, was a bulky blaster-like device with a black, four-sided casing and triangular protrusions, gray hexagonal vents along its sides, and a golden stripe around its midsection. The students watched as the two Cyknights faced each other, readying for the match to begin. On the bottom of the stripe was a golden-yellow hexagon and on the underside of the arm a piece of white plating. On the top sat a semi-oval that was black on the rear half and a purple gem on the front half. A large purple gem dominated the middle of the blaster. He had purple eyes and slightly tanned skin, though most of his head was covered by a streamlined black helmet with circular vents at the sides and a sharp blade fin pointing backward. A triangular purple gem marked his forehead, and gold trimming framed the face area above a simple black mouthpiece. Daku asked if they should begin. Issei answered yes. Nobu declared that the Cyknight War would commence. The spiky-haired boy ordered a Karyu to attack, and Drake rushed forward with speed. The black-haired boy instructed Strike Shade to dodge and counterattack. The red dragon Cyknight accelerated, preparing a punch, but the smaller Cyknight leaped over Drake's swing. While upside down in midair, Strike Shade fired his right arm blaster and a single projectile struck the red Cyknight in the back. Drake roared in pain and reached back to pull out whatever had hit him. He brought it forward and recognized a shuriken. Issei warned everyone that Strike Shade specialized in speed and would be hard to hit. The dragon-type Cyknight acknowledged the warning. The spiky-haired boy explained that because Strike Shade was so fast, his armor had to be thin, leaving him with low defense. One powerful blow could be enough to defeat him. The winged robot thanked him and was advised to use his wings for extra move to keep pace. The brunette brought his control bracer close and whispered the plan. The green-eyed robot responded with a grin and agreement. Drake spread his wings, activated them, and surged forward even faster. Strike Shade saw this and leaped over his opponent once more. Suddenly the black and white Cyknight felt something grab his left leg. Looking down in surprise, he realized Drake had seized his leg with one hand and was smirking. The 7-foot Cyknight slammed Strike Shade to the ground and then hurled him away. Drake bent his knees, activated his wings, and zoomed forward, but a voice announced an interception. Nobu ordered Hercules Z to intercept. His cane glowed and a purple flash followed. A large black figure body-checked Drake, knocking the red-winged Cyknight off course. Issei stared in shock and asked what had hit him. Drake scrambled to his feet, rubbing his head, then looked up and saw the massive newcomer. The newcomer was Hercules Z, a very large and muscular Cyknight, standing about 7 feet 8 inches tall and wearing a tight black bodysuit. He had large white feet with black armor around the soles and through the middle, thick ankle armor with small turbines, and heavy black armor over his lower legs with extra plates at the sides. His knees sported reinforced plating with small golden cubes near the top. His upper legs were unarmored, while a tight black waist covering bore a white, vaguely T-shaped mark on the front. A thick black belt with a large T-shaped golden buckle held his form. His torso resembled sculpted black armor, topped by a large armored collar. A small hexagonal piece of white armor sat at the center of his chest with a purple hexagon gem just above it. He had large spherical shoulders, unarmored upper arms, and massive rounded forearm armor with smaller pieces over the elbows. Thick golden rings encircled the middle of his forearms. His hands were huge and white, with gray joints and rounded knuckles. His relatively small head was covered by a helmet with a T-shaped opening revealing a white, human-like robotic face and purple eyes. Vents marked his cheeks. A white streak ran along his forehead with a small rectangular purple gem, and 2 large black horns rose from the helmet. Issei muttered in disbelief at the sight. Nobu identified the newcomer as Hercules Z, his other Cyknight, and ordered Strike Shade and Hercules Z to finish Drake. The huge Cyknight ran over and trapped Drake's arms from behind. Strike Shade recovered and extended a laser blade from his blaster that curved slightly at the tip like a katana. He then launched a rapid series of precise strikes at Drake. The red Cyknight struggled and cried out under the barrage. Maruyama protested that it was unfair, calling out that it was 2-on-1. Katase agreed and accused Nobu of cheating. Nobu turned toward them with a disturbingly dark look and a twisted grin, rhetorically noting that he had never said he could use only one Cyknight before returning his attention to his machines crushing Drake. Issei cried out for a Karyu, tears springing to his eyes, unsure what to do. Drake's earlier words echoed in his mind. If you speak as though you could lose, it is as if the fight is already over. One must never lose the will to fight and must keep fighting until the end, because victory goes to those who are willing to fight for it. The spiky-haired brunette clenched his hands, his brown eyes lighting with newfound determination. He urged Karyu not to give up and to keep fighting. Drake looked at his partner and smiled. The red-winged Cyknight thought that Kiddo might have what it took to be a dragon. He turned back to his opponents and announced that it was enough, then used his left leg to push Strike Shade's blade aside. With his other foot he shoved the smaller opponent back, gathered his strength, and broke free. Before Hercules Z could react, the winged Cyknight seized the giant robot's right arm and threw him toward Strike Shade, but the smaller machine moved out of the way. The sudden sequence of maneuvers left everyone stunned into silence. A gem on Issei's Cyknight control device began to flash. Issei looked down and saw the name of Draig's special move written there. Draig nodded in acknowledgement. Issei's eyes sharpened and he nodded back, then activated the move by striking the gem with his left hand and invoking the special art, Flare Boost. The device responded. A thin red beam struck Draig. He growled and then roared as a circle of energy formed around him, rising into a pillar that condensed into his hand. His fist glowed red with a fiery aura. Spreading his wings, Draig surged forward at breakneck speed. He reached Strike Shade and slammed a powerful left hook into him. The impact disrupted the smaller robot's energy and sent him flying backward, rolling along the ground before coming to a stop and going still. Draig swung toward Hercules Z and struck with his right fist, but the black giant crossed his arms and blocked. The two massive Cyknights locked and strained against each other. Issei urged to carry you on. With a thunderous roar and a sudden burst of strength, Draig overpowered the larger robot, driving him backward across the field. The behemoth tried to rise but collapsed and remained motionless. Draig released a victorious roar. Issei muttered that they had won and let out a celebratory shout. Fellow students erupted into cheers and hurried to surround the victors. Nober dropped his cane and sank to his knees, muttering in disbelief that this could not be happening. Rias and her small group held back from the celebrations. Kiba admitted that the display had been incredible and he had never realized Cyknights could be so powerful. Kaneko commented simply that it was strong. Akino observed that Issei's Cyknight was remarkably powerful and asked Rias what she thought. Rias stood frozen, visibly unsettled, and explained that the attack the enemy machine had used had been powered by magic. The others stared at her in shock. Later, Issei and Draig returned home. Issei sat on the couch while Draig, back in his apron, continued sweeping the floor. Issei asked why Draig was wearing an apron and doing chores. Draig explained that Issei's mother had asked him to help, and he had not refused. Besides, Issei had once joked that Draig should learn housekeeping. Issei apologized, and Draig said he actually found the work enjoyable. Issei responded affirmatively. Draig paused his sweeping and greeted Issei. Issei returned the greeting. Draig brought up the parts they had recovered from the defeated Cyknights. He asked where they should store Strike Shade's Blade Blaster and Hercules Z's Titan legs. Issei suggested the storage room, explaining that it was a large room in the house where unused items were kept and that there would be plenty of space. The Cyknights agreed that the idea made sense. Issei reminded Draig that he had promised to explain what he was and what had attacked earlier. Draig stopped sweeping and began his explanation. He told Issei that the supernatural myths and legends were real. Issei muttered that perhaps he should call Uncle Dasuk to check on him, joking that Draig's account sounded unbelievable. Draig replied that he had heard him and reminded Issei that he had been attacked by a winged woman and had used a spear of light, so he should keep an open mind. Issei told him to continue. Draig introduced himself formally. He said that he was Draig, a dragon, and not just any dragon, one of the two heavenly dragons and the Red Dragon Emperor. He recounted a time long ago when the three great factions, the devils, the angels, and the fallen angels, fought in a vast war. During that conflict, he had locked horns with his rival Albion, the White Dragon Emperor. Their battle raged until the larger war interrupted them. In their fury, they had struck at all three factions and caused great losses on every side. In the end, both dragons were overwhelmed. Their bodies were destroyed and their souls were sealed inside powerful artifacts called sacred gears by the God of the Bible. Those sacred gears were given to humanity so people might stand a chance against magical beings. Sacred gears could manifest in humans at random, and when a user died, the sacred gear would disappear and seek a new host. Draig explained that his sacred gear and the one Issei now bore was the boosted gear, one of the Longinus. When Issei asked what a Longinus was, Draig answered that a Longinus was a special type of sacred gear capable of killing even a god. He added that the woman who had attacked Issei was a fallen angel. Issei explained that something had happened and he had ended up in the Cyknight body. The spiky-haired boy asked why she would attack him. Drake answered that they had known he possessed a powerful sacred gear and wanted to eliminate him before he could become a threat. The brown-eyed boy insisted he had not even known he had a sacred gear or that such things existed and asked how they could have seen him as a threat in the first place. Drake replied that it did not matter to them what he knew, they only saw a potential for power and wanted to stop it. He added that the fallen angel who had attacked seemed to be a rogue and that devils, angels, and fallen angels had developed a way to detect someone who held a sacred gear. Issei said he thought he understood and then asked how Drake's soul could be in the Cyknight body if it was supposed to be sealed in the boosted gear. Drake admitted he had no idea but suggested they set the question aside for later. Issei agreed. Drake said he had to go help his mother with dinner and walked off. The next day Issei walked to school. As he passed through the gate, other students crowded around him, praising the display from the previous day. One student called the performance amazing. A girl said he had put that fool in his place. Others complimented the Cyknight and called its moves impressive, comparing it to an ace performer and noting the fiery display. Issei thought the attention was ridiculous as the crowd made room for someone who apologized while passing through. The boy looked up to see Yuto Kiba, who had come to extend an invitation from Rias to visit the Occult Research Club after school and asked that Issei bring his Cyknight, mentioning that Rias was excited to meet him. Issei agreed, and Yuto smiled before walking away. Later, Issei and Drake walked through the forest path toward the Occult Research Club building. Drake asked who they would be meeting. Issei explained that the club was small, with only 4 members who were all popular: Tojo Kaneko, Yuto Kiba, and the 2 most popular girls at school, Himejima Akino and Rias Gremory. Drake asked if Issei had said Gremory, but then dropped the subject. Outside the Occult Research Club door, Issei knocked and Rias invited them in with a velvet voice. Issei opened the door and entered, with Drake ducking under the frame to follow. Inside, Yuto and Kaneko sat on the couch while Rias sat in her chair with Akino standing beside her. Rias gestured to a chair across the table and asked them to take a seat, saying they had much to discuss. Issei sat and Drake stood behind him as Issei began to speak with Rias. Rias told Issei to call her Rias and then revealed that everyone in the Occult Research Club were devils. Issei reacted with wide eyes while Drake's expression hardened. At the same time in a nearby town, a 17-year-old girl had just walked out of the airport. She was short, with long golden hair and green eyes, and she wore a dark teal nun-style outfit with light blue accents, a white veil with light blue trim, a brown satchel at her hip, brown boots with black straps in an X pattern, and a silver cross necklace. She was pulling a light blue suitcase and wondered aloud which way Kuo was. A young man with a thick American accent approached and asked if she was going to Kuro. He was 19, about 5'10", with a slightly muscular build and messy brown hair partly hidden under a brown cowboy hat. He wore a white collared shirt with a brown vest, black trousers, leather cowboy boots, and a long brown cloak, and carried a light brown drawstring bag. Beside him hunched a very large Cyknight shrouded in a black poncho and a wide 10-gallon hat that hid most of its face and horns. The cowboy-style man said they were also headed to Kuo and asked if they could accompany her. The girl welcomed the company. Back at the club, Issei expressed disbelief at Rias's revelation that they were all devils. Rias confirmed that she was not joking. Rias revealed that all the members of the Occult Research Club, including Issei, were actually devils. Issei, the brown-haired boy, reacted with disbelief. Rias said she would show proof. She stood and moved with Kaneko and Kiba, while Akino stepped forward to stand beside her. All of them suddenly sprouted 2 large black, bat-like wings from their lower backs. Issei asked what was happening. Akino asked with a teasing smile whether he believed them now. Issei's eyes widened in shock and he had difficulty breathing. Drake noticed his partner's distress and sighed. He reassured Issei that they could trust the group, if not completely, but enough that they would not try to hurt them. Rias tilted her head and asked how he could be so sure. The large Cyknight scoffed and explained that he recognized Rias as a member of the Gremory clan by the unique shade of her crimson hair and that, from his knowledge of the remaining pillars, the Gremorys were among the kindest. Rias dismissed her wings along with the others and sat back down, curious how a Cyknight could know so much. Drake replied that he was not a typical Cyknight and then addressed the devils in the room, assuming they were reincarnated devils and members of Rias's peerage. Rias confirmed his assumption, hiding most of her surprise. Issei asked what reincarnated devils and a peerage were. Drake and Rias exchanged a look, and Drake agreed to explain. He reminded them of the Great War between the three factions, which had caused massive casualties. Devils had lost about half their population and many of the 72 pillars had nearly vanished. To restore numbers, the greatest of the devils devised a method to reincarnate other species into devils using special charms called evil pieces. Those created this way were called reincarnated devils, while pure devils referred to those of pure devil blood. Drake explained that the evil pieces took the form of 15 chess-like pieces made from a unique crystal, a single queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns. Each piece granted different abilities. The queen provided the greatest overall boost to strength, speed, and magical power. Bishops enhanced magical ability but often left the user physically weaker and more reliant on magic or support roles. Knights increased speed, tended toward sword combat and offense, and frequently had lower physical resilience. Rooks boosted strength and defense at the cost of speed, favoring defensive roles. Pawns gave the smallest boosts but had the special ability of promotion. If a pawn entered territory the leader considered enemy ground, it could promote itself into any other piece. Individuals could be worth multiple pieces, requiring more than one evil piece for reincarnation. Drake outlined relative values in pawn terms. Bishops and knights equaled 3 pawns, rooks 5 pawns, and a queen 9 pawns. Occasionally, much stronger variants called mutant pieces existed. He continued that devils were ranked in 4 tiers: low class, mainly reincarnated devils, middle class, high class, and ultimate class. Only devils ranked high class or higher could possess a set of evil pieces. The group formed from those pieces served as that devil's peerage. Ranks could rise slowly by gaining contacts and fulfilling requests, through military accomplishments, or more commonly by performing well in a raiding game. Drake clarified that raiding games resembled Cyknight wars but were fought in teams with devils rather than Cyknights. He then described raiding games as a formal way for devils to test themselves in coordinated group combat. Rias recovered first from her shock and looked at him with impressed curiosity, admitting she was amazed and asking how he knew all that. Drake indicated he would explain how he had acquired such knowledge later. Drake grinned and said he had to keep some secrets to himself. The blue-green-eyed girl told him to have it his way and used the nickname Fiery Ace. Drake muttered that he liked the name. Rias, the red-haired leader, apologized for not asking and asked the newcomer for his name. Drake answered that he should be called Akaryu and indicated that Issei should explain how they had met. Issei looked surprised and pointed to himself, and Drake nodded in confirmation. Akino asked Issei to tell them where he had gotten Akaryu. Issei explained that he had received the Cyknight as a gift from his uncle Dasuk. Kiba commented that whoever sent such a powerful Cyknight must be wealthy, and Issei clarified that his uncle had probably built Akaryu himself because he had been part of the original team of scientists who created the first Cyknights. Kaneko responded that this was impressive as she ate a cookie. Issei admitted he was grateful his uncle had done so, since without him he likely would have died during the encounter he had just described. Rias sighed and said that was one reason she had called them. The fallen angel had targeted Issei for a reason. Issei stated that he already knew why, because he possessed a powerful sacred gear. The devils in the room reacted with visible surprise. Kiba asked how Issei had known, and Issei said Drake had explained it to him. Rias demanded that Akaryu explain how he could know about the supernatural world, the sacred gear, and why the last move they had seen used magic. Issei wondered aloud whether the flare boost contained magic, and Drake shrugged while noting that it was news to him. He considered that if his soul had been transferred into this Cyknight body, some of his power might have transferred as well. He also thought about the other devils in the room and decided he could not trust them yet, so he needed to keep his true identity secret. Rias asked whether either of them knew how Akaryu could use magic, And both Issei and Drake shook their heads, Issei out of sincerity, Drake to protect his secret. Rias let out a tired sigh and said that their original plan had fallen apart. She explained that they needed to learn what sacred gear Issei had so they could help him. Drake accused Rias of wanting to reincarnate Issei into her peerage to gain a powerful member. Issei asked what she meant, and Rias looked away. Drake went on to explain that it was an old tactic among devils. Rather than risk courting proud and dangerous supernatural creatures, many devils instead find a human with a powerful sacred gear and offer a deal to bring them into a peerage. He suggested the devils had been watching Issei during his date with the fallen angel and planned to reincarnate him just before he would have died, but Drake had awakened and saved him, disrupting their plan. Rias confirmed that Drake's account was accurate and produced a flyer like the one Issei had received before the date. She explained that such flyers allowed devils to obtain contacts and transport themselves to the flyer's location. The internal plan had been to be summoned just before Issei's death and use evil pieces to save him by turning him into a devil. Issei asked why they had not been able to intervene beforehand, and Rias and Drake explained that they had been unable to because of the peace treaty that followed the Great War. Under that treaty, if one faction did not directly attack another, the others could not retaliate. Because the fallen angel had attacked a human and not another faction directly, the devils technically could not break the treaty to intervene. Issei said he understood. Rias expressed regret that they had been unable to help and admitted she did want him in her peerage, but she promised not to force him and left the offer open if he ever chose it. Issei politely declined and said he preferred to remain human. Rias warned that, now that he had discovered the supernatural world, he could not walk away from it. Drake agreed and added that Issei could not summon his sacred gear because it was only partially awakened. Rias sounded disappointed that there was no easy way to identify his sacred gear. Drake, thinking quickly, suggested there might actually be a way, and Rias reacted with a question about whether that was really possible. Kiba asked what was going on. The 7-inch dragon-themed Cyknight looked down at his partner and instructed him to summon the bracer he had used in their fight with the other combatant. Issei wondered why he should summon his Cyknight controller. The Cyknight explained that the device looked identical to the sacred gear Issei carried, except it was on the opposite arm. Issei agreed and brought out his Cyknight controller in its deactivated form. The small device emitted a bright light that caused every devil in the room to flinch. As the light faded, it revealed that the new Cyknight had a red armored bracer on his right arm. Aquino asked how the Cyknight knew what Issei's sacred gear looked like. The tallest being in the room declined to reveal all his secrets. Rias examined the bracer with a keen eye and identified it as a dragonic-type sacred gear with a twice critical property. Drake reacted in surprise and frustration at the assessment, prompting a startled reaction from the devils nearby. Issei questioned the term twice critical and then realized his mistake when Drake clarified that the sacred gear Issei carried was in fact the boosted gear. The Red Dragon Emperor admitted that it was true. Kiba asked how the Cyknight knew so much. The standing Cyknight explained that Akaryu was only an alias. When Kaneko finished the last of her sweets, she asked what the Cyknight's real name was. The Cyknight revealed that his true name was Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. The devils in the room gasped at the revelation. Aquino reacted in disbelief and asked how that could be, since Drake had been sealed within a sacred gear. Drake acknowledged that he had been sealed until recently. He explained that on the night Issei had been attacked by a fallen angel, Drake's soul and a portion of his power had somehow transferred into this body, though he did not know precisely how. He added that, having been involved with previous wielders of the boosted gear, he had learned much about the supernatural world, including devils. Rias noted that this explained his knowledge of the Great War and sacred gears, but she remained curious about how he knew so much about devil culture. Drake suggested ending the meeting for now to give everyone time to process the new information. Rias hesitated before agreeing and asked to continue the conversation later. Drake warned her not to tell another devil in town about the situation and then turned to Issei, urging him to return home because his mother would worry if he was late. Issei agreed and followed his partner. Rias remained frozen for a moment, wondering how Drake could know about Sona. Later, while walking back through the forest away from the occult research club, Issei asked Drake about the other devil in town. Drake apologized and recommended that Issei stay away from the supernatural as much as possible until they were strong enough to handle it. Issei said he understood. Drake told him to stop using the formal title and asked to be called simply Drake or at least Abio. Issei complied, and Drake let out an annoyed sigh, realizing that would be the most he could get out of him for now. The next day during break, Rias and Sona met in Sona's office. Sona noticed that Issei had not been invited to join Rias's peerage and asked why. Rias silently recalled Drake's warning not to tell another devil in town. Rias said she could not reveal the reason and asked Sona to trust her judgment, insisting that Sona should not try to recruit Issei. Sona agreed not to attempt recruitment, at least for now. At the same time, Issei lay alone under a tree, reflecting on how his life had suddenly been filled with dragons, devils, angels, and fallen angels. He wondered what Drake was doing at that moment. Drake was out at the shopping center in town, carrying a piece of paper and a few plastic shopping bags. He checked the list and confirmed he had fresh fruits, vegetables, fish, and rice. The Red Dragon Emperor consulted the piece of paper in his hand and wondered where the grocery store was as he looked around. At the same time, Asia, the blonde girl, walked down the middle of the street with Colt, a young man dressed like a cowboy, and Wild Bison, the Cyknight in a poncho and hat. Colt and Wild Bison were calm, but Asia was jumpy and wide-eyed, staring at the advanced technology around her and flinching whenever another Cyknight passed. Colt observed that Asia seemed a little jumpy. Asia apologized to Mr. Colt and explained that she was not used to such technological marvels and had never seen a Cyknight before arriving here. Colt replied that it surprised him back home almost everyone he knew had a Cyknight. Asia asked if that was true, and Colt explained that although Cyknights had originally been made in Japan, they were hugely popular in the United States. Wild Bison affirmed Colt's remark with a brief nod. Asia then asked Colt why he was in Japan. Colt explained that the previous night he had received a call from a man asking him to come immediately. The man had been badly beaten by a cheater and wanted them stopped. Colt added that he had always wanted to visit Japan. Asia asked what the cheater looked like. Colt described the Cyknight used, a large red, dragon-themed Cyknight with green eyes and golden horns. Asia muttered that it sounded scary. Colt reassured her that she would be fine and that he and Wild Bison would protect her if anything happened. Wild Bison nodded in agreement. They walked in silence for a while until Colt brightened at the sight of a sushi stand. Colt pointed out that it was a real sushi stand and said he had always wanted to try freshly made sushi. The wooden stand had a sign that read Sushi Night and featured a cartoon crayfish. He asked if they wanted lunch, and Asia agreed that she was a bit hungry. Colt and Asia took seats at the counter while Wild Bison stood respectfully beside Colt. Behind the counter stood an older man in his late 50s with tan skin and narrow eyes. He was bald and wore a headband, a dark leather jacket over a white shirt, matching trousers, and traditional wooden sandals. The man welcomed them to Sushi Night and asked for their order. Colt ordered 2 orders of salmon nigiri. Asia added that she would have the same. Asia then wondered whether Wild Bison would order anything. Colt explained that Wild Bison was a Cyknight and could not eat. He drew energy from an engine inside his body. Asia said never mind. The chef acknowledged the 2 orders and called to his assistant, Chakigani, asking for 2 orders of salmon nigiri. A robotic voice from the back answered that it was on the way. A Cyknight emerged from the back door. Chakigani stood hunched and towering at about 6'6", bearing features that suggested a crayfish in mechanical form. His feet were large and trimmed with orange armor, vents dotted the legs and joints. Dark red plating covered his lower legs with golden trim, while his waist extended into an orange rail ending in a semicircular silver blade protected by armor. His torso was rounded and orangey red, with substantial shoulder armor. His forearms featured curved, shell-like plating with round vents, and from the top halves of those forearms extended a pair of black armored hands. His head, mounted at the front of his torso, resembled a crayfish with small black sensors for eyes, long metallic whiskers curling upward, and a headband around his forehead. Asia froze in astonishment at the sight of the unusual Cyknight. Chakigani moved with practiced efficiency. He washed and dried his hands, packed fresh rice into neat portions, and placed them on plates. He picked up a fresh piece of salmon and, in a quick, theatrical motion reminiscent of an action scene, activated blade modules along the front of his forearms. The blades flashed as he skillfully sliced the salmon into even pieces, then retracted the modules back into normal hands. He placed the fish onto the rice to form 2 perfect orders of salmon nigiri. Chakigani then presented the plates to Colt and Asia. Chakigani placed 2 dishes in front of the human customers and explained that they were 2 orders of salmon nigiri. Colt looked at the traditional food with delight. Asia, however, stared in shock and fear at the large red crustacean-themed Cyknight, and the Cyknight behind the counter noticed. Chakigani leaned forward slightly and asked the woman if there was a problem. That was the breaking point for Asia. She let out a small squeak and ran away screaming that there was a demon. The 4 people at the sushi stand watched her go in stunned silence. Chakigani muttered that maybe she did not like fish. Colt turned back to the old man and asked for the dishes to go. The bald man nodded and said he would get some boxes. Meanwhile, Drake walked out of a store with another bag in his hand and said he had everything he needed and should head back. A sudden scream made him turn around. Before he could react, a blur of teal, white, and yellow slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. The red Cyknight groaned as he sat up and held his head, wondering what had hit him. He heard another groan and looked forward to see that the blur was Asia. Drake told her to watch where she was going, then checked the bags he had dropped and noted that nothing was damaged. Asia apologized and said she had not been looking where she was going. When she opened her eyes and finally saw Drake, she repeated that he was a demon, speaking in fear. Drake turned after picking up his bags and explained that he was not a demon but a dragon, at least a dragon-type Cyknight trying to calm her. Asia remained frightened by his red, winged appearance. Colt called out to Asia and Wild Bison ran toward them. Asia stood up and greeted Colt, still nervous. Colt asked if she was all right and whether Drake had hurt her. Drake protested that Asia had been the one who bumped into him. Asia confirmed that she had not been looking where she was going and had accidentally run into him. Colt asked Asia why she had run off like that. Asia apologized and said she had never seen so many Cyknights and had been overwhelmed. Drake suggested she had gotten culture shock from the sight. Colt looked at Drake incredulously and then asked Asia if that was true. She nodded. Colt sighed and told her not to run off again. Colt straightened and then realized something. He told Drake that a large anthropomorphic dragon Cyknight with green eyes and a gold horn fit the description of the Cyknight used by someone he had been called to stop. Drake bristled at the accusation and asked where Colt had heard that. Colt explained that a man had called him from Japan saying someone had used a Cyknight unfairly to beat him, and that Drake's partner's Cyknight matched the description. Drake thought for a moment and said he thought he knew what was going on. He asked Colt if he knew where the nearest park was. Colt answered that he did and asked why. Drake told him to meet there at 4 o'clock and promised to bring his partner so they could figure out exactly what had happened. Colt agreed to meet them. Later, just before 4, Drake and Issei walked toward the park. Drake asked if Issei was okay coming to the place, noting it might be sensitive for him. Issei said he was fine, and Drake replied that was good. They continued walking and soon saw Colt and Asia sitting on a bench, with Wild Bison standing nearby wearing his poncho and hat. Drake and Issei walked over. Colt stood as they approached, and Asia rose as well. The 2 sides faced each other. Colt looked over Issei and then at Drake, asking whether Issei was his partner. Drake confirmed and asked Colt if he knew the name of the person who had called him. Colt said the caller had not given a name. Drake said he would show proof that neither he nor his partner were cheaters and asked Issei to show the video. Issei walked over to Colt, took out his phone, and played a recording of the only Cyknight war he had taken part in. He asked them to listen for the caller's voice and handed the phone to Colt. Colt, Asia, and Wild Bison watched the video. After it finished, Colt was clearly unhappy. Drake assumed the man in the recording was the same person who had called Colt, and Colt confirmed that he was. Colt handed the phone back to Issei, slammed his boot down in frustration, and said he could not believe he had been tricked by that Issei said he was glad they had sorted the matter without a confrontation. Colt then proposed that they face each other in a Cyknight war, asking Wild Bison if he agreed. Wild Bison affirmed that he did. Issei hesitated, and Drake encouraged him to accept, saying they had nothing to lose and it sounded interesting. Issei agreed. Colt reacted with excitement at the agreement, looking forward to the challenge. Colt called to Wild Bison and brought out a deactivated Cyknight controller. The controller's gem was light blue and set in a light brown casing. The gem glowed and the device transformed into a seemingly wooden guitar with the gem mounted on the head. The Cyknight answered affirmatively and then removed its poncho and 10-gallon hat to reveal its true form. It was compact and slightly hunched, its lower legs and thick armored feet merging into dark brown plating with two black, pointed toes that resembled blocky hooves. Small circular vents rimmed the sides of its feet in light brown. Around the ankles, darker gray armor suggested slitted gears. The upper legs were thin and light brown, while the rest of the lower body was sheathed in tight dark brown armor. A front piece trimmed in light brown formed part of an armored skirt, and a slitted ring of dark gray metal circled its midsection. The torso was large and rounded, light brown at the center and dark brown along the sides, with black shoulder spheres and thin light brown upper arms that led into bulky dark brown forearms. The wrists bore the same protective trim as the waist, and the hands were large and black. The head resembled a bison's, dark brown on top with a light brown muzzle and darker facial plating, short horns banded in gray, icy blue, and gold, and bright blue eyes. Issei called to Akaryu as he took out his controller and activated it. The Red Dragon Emperor let out a small, amused chuckle and said that he had been waiting for a good chance to let loose. Both sides stepped back to establish proper distance for the Cyknight war. Issei studied Wild Bison carefully and warned his Cyknight Akaryu that Wild Bison was built for overwhelming power and that its stick-like armor gave it strong defense. The Red Cyknight responded that this matchup would be interesting. Colt ordered Wild Bison to charge, and Issei instructed Akaryu to intercept. The two large Cyknights rushed forward, locked hands, and entered a stalemate, each straining to overpower the other but neither gaining the advantage. Colt then used his guitar controller as an actual instrument, strumming a cowboy song as the struggle continued. Akaryu noted the unexpected music and wondered at it, while Wild Bison explained that the music always helped create the proper atmosphere for a fight. A golden-horned Cyknight watching admitted that it did help. The stalemate finally broke. The two Cyknights exchanged a relentless storm of blows in a swift, stylized clash. Drake landed a left hook to the side of Wild Bison's head. Wild Bison absorbed it and retaliated with a powerful right blow to Drake's chest. Drake staggered back but recovered and came forward with a straight right. Wild Bison used its thick left forearm to block, and Drake followed with a strong kick to his opponent's side. The exchange was intense but non-graphic, expressed in rapid, anime-style action rather than gore. Asia watched the battle with a nod of worry. Colt looked at her from beneath his hat as he continued to play and reassured her that Cyknights were designed for this kind of combat. He explained that some Cyknights could take attacks that would shatter concrete without flinching, that these two were the hardier type, and that they seemed to be enjoying the fight. Asia acknowledged the explanation but remained visibly concerned. Eventually the two Cyknights pulled apart, both showing signs of wear bruises in their armor and a few small dents but still standing. Drake chuckled and praised Wild Bison for being a worthy opponent. Wild Bison returned the compliment and added that it had been too long since a fight like this. Drake agreed that it was time to finish. They each looked back to their human partners. Drake addressed his partner with the nickname Kiddo, and Wild Bison called to Colt. Both signaled readiness. Issei confirmed his readiness, and Colt answered in kind. Both boys prepared their finishing moves. Issei activated his flare boost by hitting the gem on his bracer controller, and Colt initiated Wild Stampede by striking a loud chord on his guitar controller. A red beam from the boosted gear-like device struck Drake in the back. At the same moment, a brown beam of energy erupted from the blue gem atop the guitar controller and hit Wild Bison in the back. Each Cyknight became surrounded by a large aura of their respective colors. The auras condensed around their fists, appearing like differently colored flames. The Red Dragon Emperor spread his wings and surged forward while the American Cyknight charged. They moved their left fists into one another. When the two special attacks collided, a bright impact flared as the auras swelled and pushed against each other. For a fleeting instant, the auras briefly suggested the silhouettes of a massive red European dragon and a huge brown bison locked in combat before resolving back into pure energy. The two Cyknights continued to struggle for dominance in a spectacular, high-energy clash. Drake roared and pushed his attack to the limit, creating a larger explosion. The blast's wind threatened to lift Colt's hat and Asia's veil, but both managed to grab their headgear and keep them from flying away. The gust forced Colt to stop his song. When the dirt cloud cleared, the two horned Cyknights stood facing each other, battered and showing bruises and dents from the clash. Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, acknowledged the other's effort and praised him. The brown Cyknight offered a grateful reply, groaned, and then collapsed forward, becoming still. The green-eyed Cyknight let out a powerful victorious roar. The three humans remained silent, watching the crowned victor of the Cyknight duel. Colt, the American boy, remarked that it had been an interesting match. A little later both Cyknights had fully recovered. Wild Bison wore his poncho and held his 10-gallon hat in his left hand. Both boys had deactivated their controllers and put them away. The two boys stood opposite each other with their Cyknights at their sides, and Asia stood between them. Colt praised Issei on a great match, said he hoped they could fight again someday, and offered his right hand. Issei agreed and shook Colt's hand. Their Cyknights mirrored the gesture. Asia smiled happily. Colt then produced his deactivated controller and transferred Wild Bison's chest piece, the Stamper chest, to Issei with a brief beam of white light. Issei's device beeped for a few seconds as the transfer completed. Colt explained that the chest piece had high defense and could take many blows without sustaining serious damage. Issei responded that it was amazing and thanked Colt. Colt said there was no need to thank him, Issei had earned it. Colt turned to leave and called for Wild Bison. Wild Bison acknowledged him, put his hat on, and followed after his partner. Before he walked away, Colt turned back and asked Issei to take care of Asia. Issei promised he would. Colt smiled, waved, and continued down the path. Issei called out goodbye, and then watched him go, thinking how cool Colt seemed. The three friends watched the duo until they were out of sight. Then a man's voice called Asia's name from behind them. Asia gasped and recognized him as Father Fried. They turned to see a short young man running toward them. He stood about 5 feet 3 inches tall, with short white hair and red eyes. He wore a white dress shirt, matching trousers and black shoes, and a dark green coat trimmed in gold with lighter green on the cuffs and edges. He gave off an uneasy aura that made Drake tense. Father Fried demanded to know what Asia was doing there, then noticed the others and asked what the mechanical warrior was doing in their presence. Drake growled and asked what was going on. Drake demanded who was being called a hunk of junk. Fried ignored the Cyknight's anger and turned to Asia, angrily demanding why she was here and why she was with that robot. The fiery ace's expression shifted from anger to confusion. For a supposed holy man, Fried used surprisingly vulgar language. Asia stammered an apology to Fried, explaining that she had been out exploring the city and had met new friends, Issei and Akaryu. Fried only grew angrier. He dismissed her new companions and insisted that they needed to return immediately, ordering Asia to say goodbye to her friends. Asia reluctantly agreed and turned to the two boys to say farewell, adding that she had enjoyed the day. Issei looked sad as he said goodbye to Asia, and Drake also bade her farewell while continuing to glare at the coat-wearing man. Fried cut the moment short, shouting at Asia and seizing her wrist before dragging her away. Issei watched in silence as the golden-haired girl was taken out of sight and then turned to his partner, seeing the Cyknight with a soul looking both angry and worried. Issei asked what was wrong. Drake warned that there was something off about Fried, that a feeling he had not felt in a long time had emerged from the man and it was not good. Drake urged caution and said he had a bad feeling they would meet Fried again. He sighed and suggested they forget it for now and head home, reminding Issei that his mother would worry and that Drake had to help make dinner. Issei agreed, and the two left the park. Later, Fried finally brought Asia back to their designated location, a large church that appeared to be in desperate need of repair, its holy symbols gone. The building looked abandoned except for the two humans inside. Fried pushed Asia onto a front pew and warned her sternly that she was to remain there. Rainier burst into the church in her Amano Yuma disguise, wearing the same clothes she had during her date with Issei, and dragging something small behind her. She shifted quickly into her true form, adopting a leather-like outfit and spreading her wings. Middle asked what the object was. Rainier identified it as a Cyknight kit. A woman with long navy hair and a maroon coat looked on and questioned Rainier's intentions. Rainier explained that she intended to present the small Cyknight to their leader. Middle expressed skepticism about the importance of such toys, but Rainier argued that she had seen the raw power they could wield and suspected they might even have the potential to carry something like a sacred gear. A man leaning against a pillar dismissed the idea as nonsense, but Rainier insisted she would prove them wrong. Rainier opened the box. The Cyknight inside stood about 6 inches tall and had the structure of a young man, though his features were oddly plain. He appeared clad in a seamless white bodysuit reinforced by fittings of matching armor. The armor on his feet was simple and rounded, his lower legs were sheathed in thin plates with knee guards, and his upper legs were slim and white. The overall impression was of a compact, humanoid machine designed with understated precision. He wore tight, thin white armor around his waist and stomach. Simple plates covered his chest and back, all as pure white as the rest of his outfit. Thin, curved pauldrons protected his shoulders. His upper arms, elbows, forearms and the backs of his hands were plated in the same white material, each finger capped with small armor platings. A very simple white helmet obscured his face, leaving only a pitch-black visor over his eyes. Rainier, the black-feathered winged woman, noted the plainness and muttered that the one she had seen before had been more colorful. She noticed a small rectangular box attached to the right inner side of the larger crate, reached out with her gloved right hand, and detached it. Opening it revealed a deactivated Cyknight control device. Its gem was almost completely transparent, like glass, and the outer casing was white. She examined it and then glanced back at the plain Cyknight. Raising the device, she declared that the Cyknight should arise. A second passed with no response. Rainier blinked, tightened her grip, and frowned at the unmoving body. Fried, Middle, and Calawarner began to chuckle. The black-haired fallen angel tapped the white Cyknight, which caused it to sway and then fall forward. Rainier stepped back as the machine crashed face-first to the floor with a loud clang. She stomped her right foot in frustration, glaring at the inert form as the chuckles in the room swelled into full laughter. A man nearby suggested that he might know what was wrong. Rainier turned and saw the fedora-wearing man standing by the box, reading a paperback titled Cyknight Instructions. Donasek explained that the book said the body was a blank Cyknight, essentially a body without a soul that required a soul chip to activate, and that Rainier had forgotten to get one when she picked up the unit. Rainier growled, leaned down, grabbed the fallen Cyknight's right forearm, and began to drag it away. Middle and the others dropped their laughter and asked where she was taking it. Rainier replied that even if she could not use its power, they could still learn a lot about the Cyknights, and so she intended to put the body somewhere safe. Calawarner questioned whether they could trust Asia not to tell anyone. Rainier fixed Asia with a smile that was just a touch too sweet and asked her if she would keep quiet. Asia nodded quickly, her eyes filling with fear. Rainier accepted the answer and continued dragging the Cyknight body away. Donasek let out a tired sigh and glanced at the large box, deciding it would be best to get rid of it. On Saturday, Drake and Issei walked through the city. Drake looked as he always did. Issei wore a pale yellow short-sleeved shirt over a long-sleeved red t-shirt, blue jeans, and white and red sneakers with yellow Z markings on the sides. Issei laid out the plan for the day. First they would go to Cyber Kingdom to check out the new Cyknights, then to the Cyknight Arena to watch a Cyknight war match, maybe even take part in one, and afterward do other things. He asked if the plan sounded good to Drake. Drake said it sounded like a good idea and that he had been in the mood for a good fight. Issei noticed something and, worried, asked if something was wrong with Drake. Drake replied that for some reason his body seemed to be acting up and might be malfunctioning. Issei suggested they head home. So they could take a look, and his disappointment was clear. Drake reassured him that it was only his right arm acting up and that it would not be a problem for now, though he probably would not be taking part in any Cyknight wars that day. Issei muttered, but Drake told him there would be no buts. Issei was excited to go out, and Drake could manage a little longer without another fight, so they should just enjoy the day. Issei brightened and agreed enthusiastically. Drake gave a happy chuckle. Later, as they exited the Cyknight arena, both of them looked very happy. Drake said that nothing put him in a better mood than a good fight, even if he could not fight himself figuratively speaking, of course, and the two of them shared a laugh. Issei asked how Drake's arm was doing. Drake said it was still acting up and that he was having more difficulty getting it to move properly, but that it was nothing major. The Cyknight with the Draconic soul explained that his arm felt sluggish and seemed to be slowing his entire body down. Issei suggested that it might be the sensory relays in the arm being damaged from all the battling, or possibly an issue with the motors in the joints. The Red Dragon Emperor reassured them that whatever the problem was, Issei could handle it. Issei blushed at the compliment and thanked him quietly. Drake let out a small chuckle and rolled his eyes, then said it was about time they went home to look at the glitching arm before it got worse. Issei agreed, and the two of them set off. Later, they detoured through the park. Drake asked if Cyknights could interchange their limbs. Issei explained that they could, and that it allowed a Cyknight to be customized and adapt to whatever they needed. Drake admitted he had wondered what to do with parts they'd won. Drake then noticed someone nearby and asked if it was Asia. Issei turned and saw the blonde girl kneeling, carefully looking at flowers with a small smile. Issei and Drake ran over to her. Asia stood to greet them politely, addressing Issei and Akaryu in a friendly manner. Issei returned the greeting. Drake commented that she had been using Japanese and honorifics, which he found impressive. Asia explained that since she would be living in Japan, she wanted to speak like the locals. Drake said that made sense. A small voice cried out in pain. The three turned and saw a little boy on the ground, about 5 years old, with short black hair and lightly tanned skin, tears in his eyes as he held his right knee. Asia gasped and the three moved quickly to check on him. The boy explained that he had been playing with the new ball his mother had given him, had tripped, and hurt his knee. He addressed Asia as Big Sister. Asia's eyes softened. She knelt beside him and said she would take care of it. She placed her hands just above his injured knee and 2 silvery rings with bluish-green gems appeared on her fingers. A gentle green light spread over the boy's knee and the bruise healed remarkably fast. Issei and Drake watched in surprise. Drake's eyes widened as he glanced toward a soccer ball nearby, then quietly walked to retrieve it. In a moment the boy was on his feet, smiling brightly and thanking Asia for making his knee feel better. Asia stood and accepted his thanks with a gentle smile. Drake called to the boy and tossed the soccer ball to him. The boy grabbed it and beamed up at the Red Dragon Emperor, thanking him as well. Drake told him to go home, warning that his mother was probably worried. The boy said goodbye to the Big Sister, the young man, and the Cyknight, then ran off with the ball tucked under his arm. Drake chuckled and commented that the boy was a nice kid. Issei turned to Asia with a wide grin and asked how she had healed the boy's injury. Asia hesitated, unsure how to explain. Drake answered that it was almost certainly the result of a sacred gear, most likely a twilight healing type that could heal anyone, and that Asia must have practiced it extensively to reach that level of proficiency. Asia looked at Drake in surprise and asked how he knew about sacred gears. Drake replied that he had a few secrets of his own and that if he revealed them, they would no longer be secrets. Asia accepted that and then suddenly remembered she had to meet Father Fried soon. Drake growled softly at the mention of the man. They exchanged farewells. Issei gave a slight bow and said goodbye. Asia bowed in return and then turned to bow to Drake as well. He returned the gesture with a slightly awkward nod. Asia ran off, and the pair watched until she was out of sight. Drake sighed and remarked that Asia was a nice girl. The red-winged Cyknight muttered that he wished she was not with Fried. Issei asked if he really disliked Fried that much. The Cyknight with a soul replied that he did not think he would ever like that man, then noted that they should head home because his arm was getting worse. He demonstrated by raising his arm halfway, which moved slowly. The brown-eyed boy acknowledged him and they walked off. Meanwhile Drake and Issei walked through a neighborhood. The red Cyknight marveled that he could not only see, hear, and feel, but also smell things. Issei explained that some Cyknights in the police force were fitted with scent sensors so they could sniff out contraband like police dogs. They passed a store with several TVs in the front display. Something on one of the screens caught Draig's attention and stopped him in his tracks. The Red Dragon Emperor called for Issei to come closer, saying they should see what was on the screen. Issei moved back and looked up at the red Cyknight and asked what had caught his eye. Draig pointed at the screen. The news anchor reported that there had been no updates on the theft of a blank Cyknight body from a local store. The strange part, the anchor said, was that the thief had taken only the body and left money and the soul chips untouched. The anchor then moved on to sports. Draig and Issei exchanged looks. The Cyknight with a soul wondered why anyone would steal a blank body when they could not be that expensive. Issei replied that they were not expensive, but he did not understand why anyone would take the body and leave the soul chip. Draig asked what a soul chip was. Issei explained that a soul chip is essentially the heart and operating core of a Cyknight. Without one, a Cyknight body cannot move or function. Draig summarized that all the thief had taken was a useless machine. Issei agreed. The green-eyed Cyknight suggested they forget about it, pointing out how unlikely it was for them to be connected to the thief or the stolen body. Issei agreed that it was silly to think otherwise. Draig then said it was time to go home and urged Issei to follow. Issei agreed and they continued on. Soon they neared an apartment complex. Issei muttered that he might have taken a wrong turn. He did not think he had been there before. Draig told him to relax and said they would find their way back. Issei agreed and then asked if Draig could fly up to look around and spot their home. Draig thought that was a good idea, but then he suddenly sniffed the air and tensed. He recognized a scent and rushed off without explaining. Issei called for him to wait and ran after the red dragon Cyknight. They ran until they stood in front of a closed apartment door. Issei leaned over with his hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. He asked Draig why he had run there. Draig ignored the question and focused on the door, telling Issei that the scent was definitely coming from inside. He knocked, heard no answer, and then pounded on the door, but there was still no response. Growing impatient, Draig said there was no time for explanations and that he would use brute force. He backed up a few steps and charged, successfully breaking the door down. They looked inside and both froze. Draig expressed shock with a quiet exclamation. Issei, equally stunned, also expressed disbelief. Inside the room, a young man lay slumped against the wall, clearly dead. The sight left them shaken. A familiar voice demanded harshly what the two of them were doing there. They turned to see Fried standing nearby, holding a silvery gun in his right hand and a guardless sword in his left. The sword had a golden handle with a red gem on the pommel and a blade of bright white light. Draig accused Fried of being an exorcist who had strayed from the church's teachings. Issei asked what an exorcist was and what a stray exorcist meant. Draig explained that exorcists are members of the church tasked with hunting and eliminating supernatural threats to humans, usually devils and fallen angels that break the treaty and attack people. He added that some exorcists had abandoned their oaths, started killing innocents, and were cast out of the church. Those outcasts were called stray exorcists. Draig warned that stray exorcists often allied themselves with fallen angels or other mythological groups to pursue a dark desire to kill. The winged Cyknight suggested that the man was probably in league with the fallen angels who had attacked earlier. The exorcist demanded how anyone could know that much, and the winged Cyknight refused to answer such a twisted person. The winged Cyknight then asked why the exorcist had killed the man, insisting that even a criminal would not be slain at random. Fried admitted that he had killed him and argued that the man deserved it because he had a contract with the devils in town. Issei protested that killing someone for that reason was insane. Draig growled that they had already confirmed Fried was completely and utterly insane. Fried snarled that he could not let them go and declared his intent to kill them. He admitted that he wanted to destroy a Cyknight and that he had always hated them. Fried raised his gun and aimed at the Japanese youth. Draig shoved Issei out of the way and warned him to look out. The stray exorcist pulled the trigger and a bullet of pure white light streaked across the room. It missed the boy but struck the Red Dragon Emperor in the right shoulder. Drake gritted his teeth and clutched the damaged shoulder as pain flared through him, muttering demon under his breath as he forced himself to stand. Fried cursed and then laughed with a crazed look, deciding not to waste more gunshots and instead to attack with his light sword. He rushed forward at blinding speed with the blade ready. Everything seemed to slow for a moment as Drake took a single step back and leaned just enough to let Fried's sword swipe past. He caught the psychotic look in Fried's red eyes and noted inwardly that the attack was forcing his malfunctioning arm to act even worse than before. Time resumed and Drake planted his feet, digging his claws into the floor as he tried to deliver a strong left jab. Fried leaped back and avoided the blow, then surged forward to slash across Drake's chest. The metallic dragon raised his right arm and put it in the blade's path. The light sword struck and lodged in the arm, forcing Drake to groan in pain, but he pushed through it and used the connection to drag Fried along with the weapon. He could not move his damaged arm far, but he moved it enough to create an opening. With his other hand he delivered a powerful punch that sent Fried tumbling across the room. Fried managed to pull the sword free and keep it. Because Drake's strength was sapped by his malfunctioning arm, the punch caused only limited damage rather than finishing the fight. Sparks flew from the injured arm as Drake gripped it, issuing a low, painful growl. Fried staggered to his feet, rubbed his head with the hand that still held his gun, and complained loudly about the pain, threatening to tear Drake apart. Drake challenged him to continue. A familiar voice called out from the doorway. Asia's voice trembled as she asked if that was father. Fried, Karyu, and Issei. The three men turned to see Asia standing there, her green eyes wide and shocked. Fried ignored her question and angrily accused her of failing to keep the barrier up as ordered. Asia looked away and found her gaze on the body propped against the wall, stuttering in confusion. Issei warned Asia to run because Fried had gone mad and had killed that man. Drake confirmed that Fried was dangerous and suggested that he was likely connected to the fallen angels in town. Asia, upset and conflicted, said she thought Rainier and the others were her friends and could not believe they were that bad. Drake warned her that they were dangerous, specifically naming Rainier and saying she had tried to kill Issei. She would have succeeded if he had not intervened. Fried suddenly realized a secret he had tried to keep and swore he would take Asia by force. He moved so quickly that he grabbed her and dragged her away before anyone could react. Drake prepared to pursue, but a sharp agony shot through his damaged right arm and froze him for a moment. He recovered quickly, but by then Fried and Asia were gone. A short neutral bridge. The room was left tense and unsettled as the two of them vanished. The crimson Cyknight darted from the room and sniffed the air. Finding nothing to see or hear, the green-eyed dragon Drake growled that they had gotten away. Issei stepped out behind his partner and told Drake that he had to save Asia. Drake replied that he knew, but first they might need help and he thought he knew where to find it. Later, in the occult research club room, Rias lay on the couch in her school uniform, staring at a chessboard arranged with her remaining evil pieces and some ordinary chess pieces. She considered how she might convince Issei to join her peerage without forcing him, and she worried about provoking the legendary Red Dragon Emperor. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She wondered who could be visiting so early. The others should not yet have returned from their contracts. A louder, more forceful knock followed. Rias rose, opened the door with a practiced smile, and then froze when she saw who stood there. Drake filled the doorway with Issei just behind him. Drake told Rias they needed her help. Rias's expression hardened and she said she would call the others. By sundown Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba had returned to the old house in their uniforms and taken their places. Issei, holder of the boosted gear, stood at Drake's side using a pair of screwdrivers to try to repair the dragon's damaged right arm while Drake recounted the events of the past few hours and asked if they would help rescue Asia. Rias sighed and apologized, explaining that they could not get involved. They could not take the risk. Drake admitted he had expected that response and had hoped for more compassion, but he accepted it. He then asked Issei how the repair was coming. Issei answered that he could not fix the arm with the tools and materials on hand and that he had the proper equipment back home. Drake reminded everyone how little time they had and that the damaged arm would slow him in a fight against Fried, Rainier, and anyone else on their side. After a moment he had an idea. They could use the arm they had taken from that enemy, the blade blaster. Issei agreed that it would work and brought out the deactivated control device. Issei aimed the device and activated it. A red beam from the green gem struck Draig's right arm. The damaged limb glowed and, in a flash, changed into a scaled-up blade blaster fitted to him. Draig noted that they still did not know where Fried had taken Asia. A beeping noise then echoed in the room. Kiba and the others looked around to locate it. Issei produced a flip phone-like scanner and explained that he had built it after detecting strange energies weeks earlier that matched no known type. He had made the scanner to track the source and had only recently finished it, though he had almost forgotten about it amid everything else. Draig asked to see the device, and Issei handed it over. Draig opened the device and the screen activated, showing nearby blips, 4 black blips and 2 red blips, 1 red marked with a streak of gold and 1 black half gold. Another black blip sat a short distance away. Draig asked Rias how many devils were in the building and demanded the truth. Rias looked uncomfortable for a moment and said there were 5 devils present. Draig deduced that the black blips represented devils and the red blips represented dragonic energies, and he wondered what the gold meant. He then asked if any of them possessed a sacred gear. Kiba confirmed that he did and asked why it mattered. Draig explained that he now believed the scanner was a magical tracking device and that the strange energies must have been magic. The devils in the room widened their eyes at the implication. Kaneko commented that it was impressive, and Akino agreed that Issei had made something revolutionary. The Crimson Robot explained that each colored blip on the map represented a different kind of magic: red for dragonic, black for devil, gold for a sacred gear, and gray for fallen angels. As he spoke, the map zoomed out and more blips appeared. 9 black ones spread throughout the city and 4 gray ones with a single pure gold blip were huddled just outside of town. The Crimson Robot concluded that the gray blips must be the fallen angels and that they had Asia held just outside town. Issei recognized the location on the screen and identified it as the old abandoned church just outside town. Draig questioned the phrase abandoned church and then realized it made sense that the fallen angels would inhabit such a place. He declared that, now that they knew where the fallen angels were, they should go immediately and handed the scanner back to Issei. Issei agreed and the two of them began to walk toward the door. Rias intervened, warning them that they could not go. Her voice made the humans stop with confusion and made the dragonic Cyknight show anger. Draig pointed out that neither of them were part of her peerage and that she had no authority to order them. Rias responded with concern, explaining that they still had no idea how a piece of human technology could hold the power of a sacred gear and that if Draig went he could be captured by the fallen angels and seriously harmed. Because of that danger, she insisted he could not go. Draig acknowledged the danger but made it clear that he would not stand by while someone as sweet and innocent as Asia was in peril. He said he would rather be destroyed than let her die and then urged Issei to move quickly. Issei agreed and the two of them left the building. Outside, Draig turned his back, leaned down and told Issei to get on. The fastest way to reach Asia was by air. Issei climbed onto Draig's back and wrapped his arms around the dragonic Cyknight's armored neck. Draig activated his wings and launched into the sky, reassuring Issei that he would keep him safe and that they would save Asia, reminding him that he never broke his promises. Issei replied that he trusted Draig and opened his eyes with a look of determination, while a proud smile crossed Draig's snout as he thought they were coming to save Asia. They arrived outside the large abandoned church just after nightfall. Issei had changed from casual clothes into his school uniform and was carrying a black laptop bag. Draig admitted he understood why Issei had needed the bag but questioned why he had wasted time changing into school clothes. Issei apologized and said he had felt he had to. Draig sighed and agreed the dark colors would help Issei hide better, but told him to stay outside because it was too dangerous for him to go in. Issei anticipated that response and produced a small dark gray metal tube with a slightly tinted lens on one end. He explained that it was a mini camera that, if attached to Draig, would send a live feed to his laptop so he could see everything Draig saw and help without being in danger. Draig approved of the idea and leaned down while Issei attached the camera to the left side of Draig's head, just above his eye. Issei set the laptop down, opened it, and began connecting the feed. When something seemed wrong, Issei paused to check the frequencies. He discovered he had picked up another camera's remote frequency, which he found odd. After adjusting the settings, the screen showed exactly what the camera saw. He then brought out his deactivated control device, which transformed into a form resembling the boosted gear, so he could keep tabs on Draig's parts and activate flare boost if needed. Draig gave a smirk and said it was time to deal with the fallen angels. Inside the church, the fallen angels discussed their plan while Fried leaned against a nearby column. Donasik asked if everything was ready. Kalawarner replied that the device was ready and they could take Asia's sacred gear at any time. Rainier insisted it had to be tonight, warning that any delay risked being found by that Cyknight. Middle dismissed the idea that a human-made robot could be that dangerous, but Fried, who could be called human only in appearance, sharply disagreed. Fried recalled that he had encountered the Cyknight and admitted, reluctantly, that it was tough and had almost caused him serious injury. The tallest person in the room asked for confirmation that Fried had actually met the Cyknight, and Fried confirmed that the encounter had been intense. The fallen angels prepared to move, aware that the presence of the Cyknight complicated their plans and that time was running short. Fried declared that they would not have to worry about that machine showing up here. The blue-haired fallen angel asked why. Fried explained that during their last fight he had shot the machine in the right shoulder and it had sustained heavy damage to its right arm, so there was no way the damaged robot could come here in that condition. Suddenly the old doors of the abandoned church exploded open with a loud crash as they slammed into the wall. The group turned and saw Draig standing in the doorway. The Red Dragon Emperor greeted them coldly and called them fallen filth. The white-haired man demanded to know what Draig was doing there and then noticed the new arm. He asked what had happened to Draig's arm. Draig explained that Cyknights could interchange limbs and that he had replaced his damaged right arm with a black blaster limb called the Blade Blaster. He raised the arm and, serious and composed, announced that he was about to demonstrate it. He activated the device and fired several shuriken-like projectiles from the gem at its tip. Rainier, Kalawarner, Middlet and Donasik spread their black wings and flew upward while Fried moved out of the way. One projectile grazed the shoulder of the only male fallen angel, Donasik, as he ascended. Donasik gripped his wounded shoulder as he hovered in the air. The winged woman remarked that the Cyknight was still dangerous. The tall man insisted that one lucky shot did not make the Cyknight a real threat and began to summon a blue-tinted spear of light that differed from the one his ally had made. The blue-haired fallen angel said they did not have time to hesitate and summoned a yellow-tinted light spear. The blonde fallen angel gleefully suggested they turn Draig into scrap metal and created a pink-tinted light spear of her own. The three winged attackers hurled their differently colored light spears at Draig. He remained calm and activated the Blade Blaster, forming a long crimson blade that curved at the edge like a katana. As the three light weapons flew toward him in slow motion, he moved decisively. He cut the blue spear in two, sent the yellow spear scattering with a backhanded motion, and struck the pink spear with a straight left punch that shattered and dissipated the weapon. None of the attacks did any lasting harm. The three attackers stared in shocked disbelief. The black-haired man demanded an explanation. The tallest woman muttered that it was impossible. The shortest fallen angel questioned what had happened. Rainier, crossing her arms confidently, asked again if they still thought he was not dangerous. Donasik growled low and, gripping his hat, summoned a second blue light spear while urging the others to focus on destroying the Cyknight. The booted woman chuckled, rolled her eyes, and summoned her own spear. The other two fallen angels formed another set of spears. Draig readied the four-pointed blaster that acted as his right arm and gripped his crimson katana. He crouched, activated his wings, and rocketed forward to clash with the fallen angels in an intense, anime-style aerial battle. Outside the abandoned building, Issei sat watching steam rise from the mini-camera displayed on his laptop. He raised his right arm and a small hologram of his partner appeared from the large green gem on his bracer-like controller along with a status readout. He noted that everything looked fine but decided to keep an eye on things, then turned his attention back to the laptop screen. He did not notice four shadows creeping up behind him. A delicate finger tapped his right shoulder, and Issei leaped up in surprise and tumbled backward. As he rubbed the back of his head with his eyes closed, he heard a familiar giggle. Opening his eyes, he saw Rias and the other members of the Occult Research Club standing in front of him. Issei blurted Rias's name in surprise. Rias greeted him and then took his hand, pulling him to his feet. She explained that they had talked it over and agreed that Drake had a point. They could not allow a group of fallen angels to operate freely in their territory, especially if they were allied with a stray exorcist. She glanced at the laptop on the floor and, seeing the view from Drake's perspective, commented that they might not be needed after all. Yuto warned that they should not be so sure, and when he pointed in a direction the others turned to look. Issei's eyes widened as he followed their gaze. The brunette muttered that this was bad. Ahead, a very large number of people stood together, their faces indistinguishable beneath dark robes. Kaneko noted that they were stray exorcists. Akino observed that Freed must have called some of his allies, a disturbing smile crossing her face. The brown-eyed boy said it was a bad situation. Rias, however, said that this was a good opportunity to demonstrate what they were capable of, and she called to Akino, Kaneko, and Yuto. Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko all acknowledged Rias, and then the three reincarnated devils rushed forward to engage the small army of former church members. Rias explained the special powers of each member of her peerage. She said Kaneko was her sole rook, with great physical strength and strong defensive capabilities, and warned not to let her size be misleading. Kaneko ordered the nearest attacker to disappear and then delivered a straight punch that sent a stray exorcist flying through a nearby tree in a single, powerful blow. Rias tapped Issei's cheek with her index finger and pointed out the result. Issei thought it was amazing, his eyes wide. Rias continued that Kiba was her only knight, gifted with enhanced speed and another ability that suited him to the position. Issei wondered where the knight's sword had come from. Rias explained that Yuto's sacred gear, called Sword Birth, allowed him to create demonic swords to suit whatever purpose the wielder desired, and that it made Kiba ideal as a knight. Finally, Rias introduced Akino as her queen and described her mastery of powerful lightning magic. Akino stood before a group of stray exorcists, a sweet smile on her face that nevertheless promised a fierce response. She raised her right hand and summoned a great arc of lightning that leapt into the sky and struck down among the dark-robed men. The magical electricity caused the attackers to call out as they were overwhelmed by the strike. Akino allowed a brief flush of satisfaction to color her cheeks before she refocused on the battle. Rias added that Akino's temperament included a ruthless streak. Issei voiced concern that the noise and explosions would attract unwanted attention and questioned whether the supernatural community's secrecy would be compromised. Rias found the concern touching and reassured him that she had cast a protection field over the area when they arrived. The field prevented sound from leaving the perimeter and barred others from approaching, preserving the secrecy of their fight. Issei again thought the protection impressive. The fighting outside sent several loud impacts and explosions ringing through the area, audible even inside the church. Drake halted as he registered those sounds and wondered what was happening beyond the walls. In the church, the winged Cyknight reacted instinctively to the threat. He raised a black, blaster-like arm and formed a crimson laser blade to block a downward slash from Freed's light sword. He then used his greater strength to press the attack against the white-haired man. When light spears came at him from above, he leapt aside, dismissed the crimson katana, and launched a pair of shurikens from a temporary arm. The shurikens clipped two fallen angels on their arms, slowing them without graphic consequence. He reactivated his laser blade to fend off another opponent's pink light weapon, forced the attacker's blades aside, and struck a blonde fallen angel with a solid punch that sent her tumbling backward and calling out in pain. Dropping his wings to the floor, he dodged another incoming spear just in time. Rainier flew above him, radiating anger. The Red Dragon Emperor growled, flinched from a sudden strike, then quickly recovered and turned to face the human who had leveled a gun at him. He reactivated his wings, formed a crimson curved sword from a four-pointed arm, and zoomed forward to clash with the stray exorcist. They broke apart, and the Cyknight used his left hand to knock the man's gun free before flying off to the side. Fried swore loudly before Drake met him with a precise kick to the gut, sending him reeling backward. Outside, Rias's peerage had thoroughly defeated the stray exorcists, who now lay scattered and incapacitated across the ground. Rias declared that the fight was over and done with. Rias decided they should go in and help Drake. A loud crash came from inside the church, and the students turned toward the old, once holy building. Issei cried out Drake's name. The red-haired girl said they had to move and told Kaneko to stay close to Issei and keep him safe. Kaneko, answering as the club president's subordinate, agreed. They hurried toward the building. Inside, the Red Dragon Emperor was still locked in combat with Rainer's group and holding his own. Aquino noted that he was doing well. The Crimson Cyknight faced a short, unbalanced exorcist, using a crimson energy blade that extended from a black, blaster-like arm to parry Fried's light sword. Fried attempted a downward slash of holy energy, but the Cyknight blocked it and returned a diagonal cut. Fried stepped back to avoid it. Drake planted his right foot, spun, and delivered a horizontal strike that forced the white-haired exorcist to retreat, leaving a tear in his shirt from the clash. Yuto admitted that the swordsmanship on display was impressive. Donasek, Calawarner, and Middle hurled their individually colored light spears at the fiery ace. The horned Cyknight used the laser blade from his four-pointed arm to deflect the blue-haired fallen angel's golden spear. The smallest winged female's pink spear was shattered when the green-eyed dragon struck it with his left fist. The blue spear thrown by the remaining fallen angel was broken when the mostly dragon Cyknight performed a mid-air flip and smashed it with his heel. He then leapt back so the remaining spears missed and embedded in the ground, landing beside the Occult Research Club just as he finally recognized them. The 7-foot Cyknight questioned why the devils were present, saying they were supposed to wait outside while he handled the intruders. Rias explained they had come because they could not allow fallen angels to run wild in their territory. The Red Dragon Emperor remarked that it was good their pride had kicked in, and Rias flushed slightly. Aquino covered a small smile with her hand. Issei reported that the devils had already helped by taking out many of the stray exorcists outside. The fallen group regrouped and glared at the red and black duo and Rias's peerage. Rainer, deciding the situation had become too dangerous and that she needed to secure the girl's sacred gear, leaned in and instructed her companions to keep the others occupied while she went downstairs to seize Twilight Healing. Her fellow fallen angels nodded. The human in the group rolled his eyes. The Cyknight carrying the Dragon Emperor's soul told the devils and his partner that they could not kill the fallen angels. He clarified that while he did not care for Fried, the fallen angels should be captured rather than killed so they could be made to pay and might provide valuable information. The long-haired member of the devil group sighed, saw the sense in his words, and promised they would not kill them. The golden-horned robot approved and then noticed Rainer trying to slip away. He growled and fixed his gaze on her, warning that she would not get away. Rainer cursed under her breath, hurried to a corner, and pressed a hidden button. A secret door slid open to reveal a staircase leading downward. She slipped into the stairwell and left the door open. Drake ordered the others to stay and deal with the remaining attackers while he pursued Rainer. Issei acknowledged the instruction, and the Cyknight sprinted after her down the hidden stairs. The rest of the group turned to face the fallen angels. Kaneko hefted a church bench and threw it at the deranged exorcist, trying to stop him, but he used his holy sword to slice the bench in half. The two halves of the bench fell to his sides. The former exorcist told him he was annoying and short. The emotionless devil narrowed her eyes and muttered the same word again. Yuto charged forward and manifested a black-handled double-edged sword with a gold pommel. Its pitch-black blade struck against Fried's white saber. Black rings of energy coalesced around the middle of the devil's sword and the stray exorcist's light sword began to flicker. The red-eyed man demanded to know what was happening. The blonde replied that the blade was called Holy Eraser, a demonic sword that could consume holy energy. The white-haired woman clicked her tongue and leapt back. The younger blonde student lunged with Holy Eraser, and the wild assailant parried the blade and pushed him back. The young knight recovered quickly and pressed the attack, and Fried matched him, forcing him back in turn. The assailant had been driven into a trap without noticing. The youngest member of the Gremory peerage closed in and struck him with a powerful rook-strength blow, sending him tumbling and dislodging his remaining weapon. The sword clattered to the same corner as his gun and deactivated, leaving only the hilt on the floor. He rose to his feet and muttered that it had been worth the trouble. He reached into his cloak, threw something to the ground, and a bright flash filled the air. When the light faded, Freed was gone. Kaneko noted that he had escaped. On the other side of the church, Aquino and Rias faced 3 fallen angels. Rias, the red-haired leader, reminded Aquino that they could not kill their opponents and urged restraint. Aquino acknowledged the order and raised her right hand. Storm clouds gathered overhead despite being indoors, and a bolt of lightning struck her. Issei gasped, but Rias smiled reassuringly and told him to watch. The magical electricity formed a glowing aura around Aquino, and her clothing transformed into a ceremonial shrine maiden-style outfit, long white detached sleeves, a red hakama, and traditional sandals. She finished with an elegant, composed pose. Issei turned away in embarrassment. Middle raised an eyebrow and asked if Aquino was trying to compete in a costume contest by adopting the shrine maiden look. Issei's flush of surprise shifted into nervous awkwardness. Ria stepped forward and raised her right hand. Multiple small red symbols formed in the air and combined into a dome-shaped barrier around her and Aquino and the fallen angels. Donasik asked if it was a barrier, and the smallest fallen angel wondered aloud if that would be a disadvantage. Aquino kept a crackle of electricity dancing over her hand and, with a faint blush, made it clear the fallen angels would not escape. She drew her lips in anticipation. Calawarner began to shout in anger, but Rias cut her off and stated plainly that trapping and defeating them had been the plan from the start. She offered a brief apology for the trouble. The remaining fallen angels protested and then took to the air. Drake finally reached the bottom of the stairs, growling at how many steps there had been. He scanned the room and saw the blank Cyknight body propped against a wall and realized the fallen angels had taken that vessel. His attention moved to Rainier and then to the figure bound to a massive cross at the center of the chamber. Asia was secured to the cross with heavy restraining chains, and the cross pulsed with eerie green veins of energy. She appeared unconscious. Drake called her name and demanded her release. Rainier turned with a cold, malicious smile and told him she had been waiting for his arrival. Drake ordered Rainier to let Asia go and demanded why they had taken the Cyknight body. Rainier refused to release Asia and explained candidly that Drake had inspired her to take that body. At first she had dismissed Cyknights as mere human toys, she said, but after witnessing the Cyknight War and her confrontation with him when he had shattered her spear, she had begun to see their potential. Drake reacted in disbelief that he had been the catalyst for her decision. The fallen angel spoke of claiming Twilight healing and presenting that power to her leader, even offering to hand over the captured body as well. Once she had Twilight healing, she said, there would be no way to stop her. The 7-inch Cyknight protested that he would not allow it and warned that removing the sacred gear would kill her. The fallen angel answered that she already knew. Green veins along the huge cross flared with light. Drake cried out and activated his wings, launching straight toward the young blonde girl. Halfway there, his instincts flared. He ignited his red-hued laser katana and moved on. Reflex, meeting a spear of pink holy light launched by the glove-wearing woman. The large robot planted his golden-clawed feet and gritted against the smaller, more agile opponent. The mostly red Cyknight seemed to be gaining the upper hand against the black-haired attacker. Suddenly Drake jerked and made a choking sound. A sharp impact struck his right side and a second spear of pink light slammed into him. He looked up to see Rainier watching with a cruel smile and teeth a little sharper than before. The leather-clad woman dismissed her weapons and vaulted back into the air. Drake deactivated his crimson blade, clutched his wounded flank with his left hand, and growled in pain. The long black-haired fallen angel swept over the damaged Cyknight and headed straight for Asia. The emerald-eyed dragon emperor bellowed and turned to pursue, but a fresh pain shot through him and nearly brought him to his knees. He steadied himself and remained standing. The fallen angel hovered directly over the blonde. The girl's eyes snapped open and she gasped in pain. A sphere of pale green light erupted from over her heart, centered on 2 small silver rings. The light shifted her clothing slightly but left her modest. Then her expression went blank. The 7-inch Cyknight shouted in alarm as the fallen angel reached for the rings. The fiery ace raised his bulky blaster arm and took aim. The gem on the arm flashed and a single shuriken fired from the barrel, striking one of the twilight healing rings with a clear clang. The winged woman yelped as the ring clattered aside and landed on the Cyknight's right shoulder. The silvery ring began to glow and seam into the Cyknight's body, which flushed with the same green light as it started to change. The transformed Cyknight murmured in confusion, asking what was happening. Rainier demanded the same in return. The Cyknight snapped into action. He activated his wings and laser sword, ascended, and shoved the long-haired fallen angel out of the way, though she still clutched the other twilight healing ring. The Red Dragon Emperor activated his crimson katana and sliced the chains binding the young girl. He scooped her in his free left hand and gently descended to the ground beside the still glowing Cyknight. He placed the girl, wearing a white dress, down carefully. She did not appear to be moving or breathing. Drake urged Asia to hold on and promised they would get help. The former holder of Twilight Healing cracked her eyes open and weakly murmured a carry. The Dragon Emperor urged her again to stay with them, and the dying girl gave a faint nod. The light intensified, drawing the 7-inch Cyknight's gaze to the transformed body. The ring had been fully absorbed and the glow faded, revealing the new form. The Cyknight had shrunk from 6 feet to 5 feet 7 inches and taken on the physique of a young man. His armor suggested a dragonfly motif, a dark body mostly encased in plated armor with silvery white accents and varying shades of green. His feet were armored with silvery fronts and dark green heels. Thick greaves flared at the bottom into curved sections colored in bands of silvery white, light green, darker green, and yellow trim. Small jets sat on the lower sides of the leg armor. His upper legs were unarmored, while the lower torso featured tight silvery white plating and dark green hip armor. The back was dark green and the chest armor formed 3 rows of insect-like plating with a silvery gray gap at the lower center. The upper plates were pale green and the lower plates darker. A large blue gem was set in the center of his chest. Rounded dark green pauldrons covered his shoulders, and his forearms were protected by dark green armor with large yellow rings and small silvery fan blades that extended toward his wrists. His hands were covered in armor the color of deep forest green, almost black. A dark green helmet covered most of his head, with 2 large circular silvery vents on the sides set with blue gems. 2 larger blue gems on top resembled a pair of dragonfly eyes, partially encased in silvery plates. A thin black line ran down the middle of his helmet to a diamond-shaped blue gem at the forehead. The Cyknight had a simple dark green mouthpiece with a silvery streak down the center and a red-tinted visor that partly hid his blue eyes. From his lower back extended a long, straight armored tail angled at 45 degrees, plated in silvery trim and tipped with a yellow ring and fan blades like a helicopter. Semi-transparent, green-tinted wings like those of a dragonfly spread from his back, with small dark plates near their tips. The mostly green Cyknight stood tall, then wobbled and stepped forward to steady himself. The new holder of half of Twilight Healing pressed his right hand against the same side of his helmet and shut his eyes tightly. The blue-eyed Cyknight asked what had happened, then opened his eyes and saw another green light coming from the far side of the room. Rainier flew up into the air and revealed that she held the other half of Twilight Healing on her right ring finger. The mystic tool glowed a soft green and her bruises and cuts closed as it worked. For a moment she looked pleased, but her expression quickly hardened with anger. She had planned to bring the body and Twilight Healing to her master, but now she could not take him with her. She intended to take the healing for herself and felt she had to destroy the Cyknight to get the other half. With that, the fallen angel summoned a spear of light. The blue-jeweled Cyknight widened his eyes and reacted immediately. He angled his body toward the black-feathered winged woman, his arm and tail blades beginning to spin, and the jets on his legs burst to life with blue flames. He rocketed toward the former member of heaven. Rainier had only time to gasp before the mostly green Cyknight rammed into her, sending her backward and dispelling her spear. The Cyknight continued forward, attempting to turn but losing control and heading straight for Drake and the injured Asia. The mostly red Cyknight moved quickly and grabbed the blonde woman, shifting her out of the incoming path just in time. A moment later, the new Cyknight crashed into the spot where they had been standing. The Red Dragon Emperor admitted that the new Cyknight was fast but needed work on his turns and landings. The green-visored robot sat up, rubbed the back of his armored head, and muttered that he needed practice with turns and landings. The golden-horned Cyknight rolled his eyes and dryly noted that it was obvious. A familiar roar came from across the room as the fallen angel hovered a few feet above the floor. She bore several scrapes from the collision, and the half of the sacred gear she wore glowed as it hastened her recovery. Enraged, she formed a bright pink spear of holy light and launched it toward them. The Red Dragon Emperor moved to block the weapon, but a small dark green object blurred past and intercepted the spear, producing a small explosion. Rainier cried out in surprise. Turning toward the origin of the object, the Dragon Emperor saw the shorter Cyknight with his right arm outstretched and his hand open, aimed at Rainier. Drake asked if that had been him. The blue-jeweled robot looked at his hand in shock and said he thought so. The golden-horned dragon noticed Rainier forming a second spear and ordered the others to act quickly, berating the blue-jeweled Cyknight for speed. The new holder of Twilight Healing responded and raised both hands. After a moment of focus, two glowing objects shot from his palms and revealed themselves as small dark green, dragonfly-themed drones with blue eyes and pale green highlights, moving so fast they were nearly invisible. The two drones began to orbit the fallen angel. Rainier shrieked that she hated bugs and lashed out at them in vain. The dragonfly drones kept her occupied for the moment. The blue-jeweled Cyknight then heard a pained and turned to see Asia looking worse. He asked what was wrong. The red-winged Cyknight explained that she was dying. The four-winged Cyknight demanded clarification. The Dragon Emperor answered that the woman above had taken something from Asia, and without it she was slowly failing. The red-visored Cyknight reacted in disbelief and asked if there was anything they could do. The crimson-red Cyknight said there was a way, and the red-visored Cyknight asked if that was really true. The tailed Cyknight asked what was happening. The golden-horned, dragon-themed Cyknight told the newcomer to place his hand over the girl's body. The new Cyknight, hands hovering just above the blonde girl, asked if he should place them like that. The fiery ace told him to focus and picture Asia healing. The shorter Cyknight nodded and did as instructed. He closed his eyes and concentrated. A twilight healing ring appeared on his right hand and both hands glowed a soft green. The light spread over the injured girl and signs of recovery began to show. The mostly green-armored Cyknight exclaimed that it was working. The fiery ace warned him not to lose focus. A pair of small explosions sounded nearby. They turned to see the black-haired fallen angel had destroyed the drones and looked angrier than ever. She declared she was done playing and lunged forward with her spear. Drake stepped into her path with a crimson light blade projecting from his right arm and used it to block her weapon. The two of them began to struggle. The mostly green Cyknight called out to his senior and was ordered to focus. Take Asia and run immediately, no risks from a crash landing. He apologized, noticed Asia stirring and had an idea. He gently set her down, picked up a small deactivated control device with a dark green casing and a blue gem, and handed his controller to the waking girl. She clutched it against her chest. He then picked her up again and ran up the stairs with Twilight Healing still active. Upstairs, the other fallen angels lay scattered, conscious but exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Rias had lowered her barrier, and Issei and the devil stood opposite the fallen angels. Rias asked if they were willing to surrender, and Donasik growled refusal. They heard steps on the stairs and turned as the green Cyknight reached the top, carrying Asia. Issei cried out Asia's name. The green Cyknight scanned the room, took in the fallen angels and the devils, and moved quickly toward the Gremory Peerage and the holder of the boosted gear. The brown-eyed boy rushed over and asked if she was okay. The four-winged Cyknight admitted uncertainty, set the girl down, and kept his hand just above her as Twilight Healing continued. The Japanese brunette noticed the ring on the Cyknight's right hand and pointed it out. A member of the Gremory clan asked where a Karyu was. The blue-eyed robot explained that a Karyu was downstairs fighting the winged woman. A loud bang followed as a section of floor caved in and two blurred figures fell through, slowing to reveal Draig and Rainier. The crimson Cyknight landed beside his allies, and the black-haired fallen angel landed beside her comrades. The smaller Cyknight called out to Akaryu and saw a large wound on the red dragon-themed robot's side. Akaryu downplayed the injury as just a scrape and reassured him. Rainier sneered at her downed comrades and called them pathetic for failing to handle a group of devils. One of the fallen angels complained and demanded to be healed. Rainier raised her left hand and a light green glow from the sacred gear ring washed over the others, mending their injuries. After the glow faded, the three who had been down rose to their feet. The crimson-haired woman muttered about wasted effort as she crossed her arms. Yuto remarked that with Twilight healing, any damage would be healed in seconds. Akaryu corrected him, explaining that they only had half of Twilight healing. Akino asked where the other half was. The fiery ace pointed to the smaller Cyknight and explained that he had been struck by a ring knocked from Rainier, which flew through the air, lodged in the Cyknight's body, and transformed into him. The devils and their allies reacted in surprise. The fiery ace continued with a plan. Twilight healing could only mend actual wounds, not remove fatigue or exhaustion. They could not wait for their opponents to tire, so the best tactic was to knock them out with one solid, coordinated strike. The king agreed to the plan. The green-eyed Cyknight insisted he had started the fight and would finish it. The red-armored Cyknight and the red-haired woman glared at each other, staring deeply into one another's eyes before the devil by blood broke eye contact and looked away. The blue-green-eyed female student muttered that he could do it his way. The Cyknight who housed the dragon's soul returned a gratified smile. A violet-eyed winged woman hovered nearby and laughed mockingly, backed by the other three fallen angels. Rainier scoffed that the oversized metallic salamander could not defeat the three of them on its own. Issei declared that he was not alone and that he would always stand by his partner, because that was what being partners meant. Draig chuckled and affirmed that sentiment. The large green gem on the armored bracer began to transform, reshaping the device into a gauntlet. Dark red plating formed over the fingers with claw-like tips, and two golden spikes shifted to the back of the hand. The emerald settled on the back of the gauntlet, surrounded by glowing green runes that pulsed with inner light before fading, leaving the newly altered controller in place. Issei flexed his fingers in amazement as he examined the transformed controller. He read the phrase Dragon Blaze Boost that appeared on the gem. Draig called the idea intriguing and urged them to use it. Issei agreed and extended his armored arm. He activated the ability, slamming his palm onto the emerald and instinctively pointing the gem toward the Red Dragon Emperor. The stone flared and released an emerald-colored beam that struck the majestic Cyknight. Akaryu's eyes turned a vivid green and began to glow. He rocketed into the air and hovered in front of the fallen angels, curling his arms and becoming surrounded by an intense, fire-like aura. The aura shimmered primarily crimson with streaks of gold and a darker patch on the right side. He released a thunderous roar, uncurling and spreading his limbs as the aura flared outward and filled the church with a breathtaking display of light and flame. The energy soon began to coalesce into a more defined form. Middle trembled as she asked what was happening. Donasek admitted he had never felt anything like it, and Calawarner described the power as overwhelming. Rainier demanded to know what kind of Cyknight it was. A voice from the pure devil announced that they had not yet learned the being's true name and introduced him as the Welsh dragon, known as Draig, also called the Red Dragon Emperor or Seperated. Draig's echoing roar hardened into a visible manifestation. A large, mostly red western dragon formed from his aura, with a long neck, green eyes, gold horns, and spikes along its forelimbs and shoulders. Leather-like wings spread wide, and the construct oddly showed a blackened right forelimb. Draig's presence seemed to occupy the dragon's head. The blonde student gasped at the revelation, and the lead fallen angel refused to believe it. Draig launched himself upward and dove toward the black-winged fallen angels, the aura dragon mirroring his movement. He charged through their formation with a devastating forward strike that swept through the violet-eyed attacker and drove past the others. They cried out and were knocked unconscious by the force of the assault. Draig landed with a heavy impact, and the Dragon Blaze boost faded, returning the scene to normal. Issei's controller snapped back to its original form in a flash, now without the added armor plating and orange gem. He reacted with surprise and concluded that the effect had been temporary. The group of fallen angels remained unconscious on the floor. The large crimson Cyknight strode over to a woman in a light dress and removed a twilight healing ring from her. He announced that she would no longer need it. The green-toned Cyknight reacted with alarm. The horned Cyknight spread his wings and flew to the others before landing among them. The green-eyed Cyknight asked what the problem was. The blue-eyed Cyknight explained that his sister was getting worse and that his half of the twilight healing ring did not seem to be helping. The mismatched arm Cyknight observed that the damage from having her sacred gear removed had advanced to the point where even a partial healing would not be sufficient. He revealed the other half of the twilight healing ring and let it fall onto the chest of the young woman wearing the white dress. A pale green light absorbed the ring, but she showed no improvement. Drake declared that it was too late and that even returning the second half of twilight healing would not change the situation. The long-haired blonde stirred and opened her eyes slightly, whispering Issei's name along with Ikariu's. She said she was glad to have met them and then closed her eyes again, still clasping the green Cyknight controller. Issei called out in concern and turned to Drake with a pleading look. Drake apologized to the boy. The fiery ace said there was nothing they could do. He then glanced at Rias Gremory. Rias looked confused for a moment before she realized what the Dragon Emperor meant. She nodded to him and he nodded back. The Dragon Cyknight knelt and gently shook the wounded girl with her left hand, calling for Asia to wake. The kind healer opened her eyes and saw the fiery ace, asking him her name in a weak voice. The Cyknight asked Asia. She would be willing to live, even if it meant becoming a devil. Asia hesitated for a second and then said that she wanted to stay with her friends before closing her eyes again. Drake met Rias's gaze and understood. He ordered the green-eyed Cyknight to stop using his power and step back. The insect-themed Cyknight protested briefly but obeyed, ceasing twilight healing. The ring of light around Asia disappeared and the Cyknight stepped away. Rias, the only devil present by blood, stepped forward, withdrew a single crystal bishop evil piece from a pocket in her skirt, and knelt to place it on Asia's chest. She then stood and spoke the binding command as a red magic circle with 5 points appeared beneath the blonde woman. When the ritual finished, the evil piece sank and merged with the former human, completing the transformation. Issei, the only human left in the room, asked Drake if Asia was all right. Drake told him to wait a second, while the younger Cyknight murmured that it was amazing. Asia reopened her eyes and was able to sit up. Issei rushed forward and embraced Asia tightly. Asia was surprised for a moment, then relaxed into the embrace. They pulled apart awkwardly, both flushed and looking away. Drake smiled and shook his head in amusement. Asia noticed the Cyknight control device in her hands and had an idea. She handed the deactivated device to Issei and suggested he keep it. Issei thanked Asia and took the device. A blue crystal on it flared and its gem merged into the front of his bracer, just behind the large green gem. Issei remarked that solved the question of what to do with it. The green-eyed Cyknight cheerfully called Issei boss. The fiery ace told him he could, and the visor-wearing Cyknight enthusiastically agreed. The Dragonic Cyknight proposed a proper name for the new insect-themed member Fairy Healer because of the power to heal and the small drones that reminded him of fairies. The newly named Fairy Healer liked the name. Akino clapped her hands with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. Yuto nodded in agreement. The golden-horned Cyknight smiled until something in the corner of his eye made him frown. The newest member noticed and asked what was wrong. Drake reminded Issei about earlier signal interference and said he thought he had found the source. He raised his right arm and fired a single shuriken at the column. There was a clang and a spark, then a crash. They turned to the base of the column and found a black surveillance camera pierced by a 4-pointed ninja star. Issei realized someone had been watching them. Rias asked who could have been spying on them. Drake said he intended to find out. Later that afternoon at the Hyodo residence, Issei worked on Drake's right arm. Drake now had his original arm back and it lay on the table with a small hatch open, revealing wires and circuit boards. Issei sat at the table wearing tinted goggles and used soldering irons to repair damaged circuits. While he set the tools down, removed his goggles, inspected his work, and closed the hatch. Issei told Drake that the arm should be working fine now. Drake lifted the repaired arm, tested a few movements, and then praised Issei, saying his arm felt as good as new. Issei returned the compliment modestly, saying he had only done what he could and that he should be the one thanking Drake. Drake asked how that could be, and Issei reminded him that Drake had been the one to save Asia from the fallen angels and Freed, and that Drake's arm had been badly damaged because he had saved Issei from Freed. The brown-eyed boy Issei explained, looking down sadly, that they would not have ended up like this if they had gone home and fixed it when the problem was first noticed, instead of going out to do what he had wanted. The Cyknight then stomped his 3 golden-clawed right foot hard against the wooden floor, causing a loud crash that made the troubled Japanese boy look up in shock. He met the red dragonic Cyknight's emerald-green eyes, which held a burning anger. Drake growled that Issei must never talk like that. He then sighed and let his expression soften, telling Issei that he understood how discouraged he felt about not being able to do more, but that he must not blame himself. Drake reminded him that Issei had only learned about the supernatural world a few days ago and could not reasonably be expected to handle everything yet. He told Issei that if he did not like how things were, he would have to change them. Issei tilted his head in confusion and asked what Drake meant. Drake answered that if Issei was unhappy with his performance in a fight, he simply had to get stronger so he could do more. Issei wondered aloud how he could grow stronger. Drake replied that it was simple. Issei was going to train. He grinned and said they would start later that day, recalling the old saying that there is no time like the present. Issei said yes and asked for a moment to put his things away and change. He opened a drawer on the table and put away his tools and goggles. Drake noticed something in the drawer and asked if those were Freed's weapons, where he had gotten them, and why he had brought them here. Issei explained that after the fight in the church he had recovered them and intended to examine them to try to find a defense in case they ran into more stray exorcists. He also hoped he might be able to modify the weapons so Drake could use them. Drake asked what Issei meant by having Drake use them. Issei elaborated that he had noticed most of Drake's attacks were short-range, which would be a disadvantage against opponents who fought from a distance. If he could modify the sword and gun so Drake could use them, that would allow Drake to engage at mid and long range. Drake complimented Issei on his cleverness, and Issei blushed almost as red as the Cyknight scales. Issei thanked Drake and said he was just doing what he could to. Drake said that was all Issei could do for now. He glanced at the remains of the camera they had found on Issei's bed. The shuriken had been removed and a black cable led to an open laptop showing a partially loaded progress bar and asked how the data recovery was going. Issei admitted it was going slowly. He was trying to extract as much information as possible. He did not expect to find out where the camera had been transmitting to, but he hoped to learn how long it had been there. It would take a while. Drake said there was no point in waiting around, so Issei should change and Drake would fetch Yoshihashi, who needed training. Issei agreed. Drake offered a small smile, ducked under the doorframe, and left. Later, the group was out in the nearby forest and mountains. Issei had changed into a gray tracksuit with black accents. Rias, wearing a red version of the same tracksuit, and Yoshihashi had both joined them. Drake explained that they would start with a run to increase Issei's endurance and make him physically stronger, while helping Drake and Yoshihashi get more accustomed to their bodies. After that, Issei would do more physical exercises while Drake gave Yoshihashi flying lessons so he would not crash around the battlefield during a fight. Drake emphasized that it would be dangerous otherwise and asked if everyone understood. Issei asked why Rias was there. Drake said she had invited herself after he had accidentally bumped into her and told her what they were going to do. Rias teased that she had overheard them, and the young brunette blushed in embarrassment. Drake told her he knew she was there and did not care. She had chosen to come and would have to accept the plan. Rias smiled and said she understood. Drake muttered that they should just get started. Yoshihashi acknowledged him. The 4 of them started to run through the thick trees. Drake ran in front with ease at a fast pace. Rias followed closely and kept up well. The dragonfly-based Cyknight stayed a bit behind them, doing well but not as easily as the 2 in front. Issei was trailing the group, panting lightly and struggling the most. Drake looked back and urged Issei not to give up, saying they were almost there and to keep pushing forward. The fiery ace encouraged him. The spiky-haired boy stammered that he understood as he forced himself to keep running. They stopped at last in a large clearing. Drake, Rias, and Yoshiashi stood in the center. Issei lingered to the side, bent over with his hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. The shorter Cyknight rolled his green eyes and sighed, stating that there was no time for rest. The brown-eyed boy protested that he could hardly stand, but the Dragon Emperor pointed out that the next exercise did not require standing and ordered him down for 30 push-ups. Issei, panting, confirmed he would do them and lowered himself to the ground. He began to count aloud as he completed the repetitions, each one visibly more difficult than the last. The red-visored Cyknight chuckled, and the taller Cyknight, with sharp hearing, picked up the laugh. Drake narrowed his eyes at the smaller Cyknight and then, impatient, instructed the insect-based Cyknight to fly up 20 feet, start circling, and gradually increase speed until control at high velocity was mastered. The blue-gemmed Cyknight asked what would happen if he crashed. Drake, annoyed, growled that he should stand back up, brush himself off, and get back to flying. He ordered them to begin. Yoshiashi responded with vigor and began to lift off, his arm and tail turbines spinning faster until he reached the required height and started to circle. The insect-based Cyknight accelerated steadily. Issei, still on the ground, was only halfway through his push-ups. Rias, watching, suggested that Drake was being a little harsh. Drake admitted that he was aware of his severity. He wanted the two of them to be as prepared as possible because he could not predict when another fight with the supernatural would occur or how many opponents they might face. He explained that he could not always be there to protect them and wanted assurance that they could take care of themselves. Rias closed her eyes and smiled, remarking that she never expected the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, feared by the three factions, to be so soft. Drake's expression hardened and he warned that he had toasted people for far less. Rias apologized and Drake glared for a few more seconds before looking away. He asked what had happened to the fallen angels they had fought earlier. Rias wondered aloud whether he thought she had killed them after he left, but then reassured him that she had handed them over to a group of trustworthy fallen angels who would face justice. Drake responded quietly that that was good. For a moment, the red pair remained silent. Rias then asked rhetorically whether Drake trusted her. Drake stated plainly that he did not and that would remain true until she gave him a reason to trust her. Rias protested that she meant them no harm, and Drake acknowledged that but maintained that secrecy made trust impossible for him. He then noticed Issei and barked that the boy had not been allowed to stop. He ordered 20 more push-ups. Issei groaned but complied, and Yoshiashi hovered and chuckled at the scene. Drake then told the insect-based Cyknight to return to circling without stopping, and the Cyknight obliged, accelerating smoothly. Drake muttered a disparaging word and told Rias, in no uncertain terms, that he was going to test his newly repaired arm. He pointed toward a large, thick tree and said she could stay or go but must not interfere with the training. Rias noted that he could call her by her given name, but Drake replied that he would only do so if she earned his respect. Then, with a wry comment about how odd it sounded, he walked to the tree, grinned, and began to punch it repeatedly. The bark shattered after the third blow, each strike echoing like the beats of a practiced ritual. Rias watched him with a sad expression and wished silently that she could tell him everything, but she could not be sure he would help. The busted devil thought sadly that she hoped to earn their trust before she had to reveal it. Later, the four of them walked back to the Hyodo residence. The spiky-haired brunette complained that his arms were killing him as he rubbed his left arm with his right. The green-helmeted Cyknight said that his wings felt like they were about to fall off. The two-winged Cyknight told them to stop complaining and quoted the saying about no pain, no gain. The tailed Cyknight remarked that with the amount of pain he was feeling, he must have gained a ton. The green-eyed Cyknight called him a baby. The 5'7" Cyknight pointed out that by human standards he was a baby. The larger Cyknight growled that maybe he needed to grow up. The smaller Cyknight huffed and looked away. The larger Cyknight shook his head, and the four continued on in silence. The human in the group decided to break the quiet and turned to look at his senior. Issei asked if his mentor had found somewhere for Asia to stay, since she had been staying at the Occult Research Club and he wondered where she would go afterward. Rias reassured him that she already had the perfect place for Asia. When Issei asked where that would be, Rias said that they were about to find out. They reached the Hyodo household and saw a familiar blonde woman in her nun robes. The blue-eyed Cyknight called out Asia's name. She turned and saw the others and greeted Issei, Rias, the fairy guardian, and Akaryu, saying she had been waiting for them. The larger, two-winged Cyknight reminded Asia that she could call him Drag when nobody else was around and asked why she had been waiting there. He moved forward and noticed several sealed cardboard boxes in front of her, each stamped with the Gremory clan symbol. He realized then that the place Rias had planned for Asia to stay was here. He turned and glared at the tracksuit-wearing pure devil and accused her of being sneaky. Rias replied that it was what they did. Drag only growled in response. Issei asked what was going on and why the boxes were there. Drag explained that the place Rias had prepared for Asia to stay was the Hyodo household. Issei turned to look at Rias and asked if that was true. Rias looked away, but it was obvious that it was. Asia offered to find another place to stay if they did not want her there, but the dragon-themed Cyknight reassured her that they would be happy for her to live with them and asked if the boy agreed. The spiky-haired boy said they would be happy to have her, but admitted they would have preferred if Rias had asked before doing all this. Rias said she had known they would agree and did not bother asking to save time and effort. The dragon-themed Cyknight replied that asking was a matter of politeness and demanded to know whether Rias had at least obtained Kiddo's parents' permission before arranging everything. Rias said she had persuaded Asia's parents to let her stay. The larger Cyknight wondered how much of that persuasion had involved magic. Rias declined to say. The golden-horned Cyknight rolled his eyes and then asked about the camera they had found. He wanted to know if any new information had been recovered. The Cyknighter apologized and reported that he had been unable to extract any useful information yet. He had retrieved all the data, but it would take the rest of the day to decrypt it. Rias asked him to come to the Occult Research Club after school the next day to discuss the findings. The fiery ace, impatient, said he wanted to get the boxes inside as soon as possible and ordered the others to each grab a box so he would not have to do it alone. Issei and the green-armored Cyknight responded that they would help, and they each picked up a box and headed toward the house. Rias said she had somewhere else to be and bowed to Asia, bidding her farewell. Asia bowed and returned the farewell. Rias reminded Asia to give the boys her regards, saying she did not want to interrupt their work. Asia agreed. The next day, Issei sat in class looking very tired and thought that he wished he could have another hour of sleep, though he was glad he had managed to get all the data off the camera. He glanced down at his bag and the laptop inside, thinking they might be able to figure out who had planted the camera. When the teacher arrived, everyone stood and bowed to say good morning and then took their seats. The teacher announced that there was a new student joining the class and invited the student to enter. Issei was shocked when the new student walked in. Asia, dressed in the Ku school uniform with a black sweater vest instead of the shoulder cape and corset. Asia introduced herself as Argento Asia and said she was pleased to meet everyone. Issei wondered quietly what she was doing there. The teacher asked if anyone had any questions for the new classmate, and several students raised their hands. Most of the stares came from the few males in the room, excluding the Red Dragon Emperor's partner. The long-haired blonde devil scanned the room and noticed a female student with her hand raised. The girl was of medium height with an average, attractive build. Her brown hair was done into two short braided pigtails that draped over her shoulders. She wore pink-rimmed glasses over golden eyes, the female uniform without the shoulder cape, her ribbon loose and the top button of her shirt undone. The blonde greeted the room and pointed to the pigtailed girl, asking what her question was. Kiryu Aika replied that her name was Aika and lowered her hand, then explained she had not seen the newcomer around before and asked where she was staying. The blonde cheerfully answered that she was currently living at Hyodo Issei's house and smiled. The response did nothing to stop the hostile looks from the other males. Yoshiyashi, the Red Dragon Emperor's partner, felt the glare and swallowed, thinking that if she did not get killed by the supernatural, these looks might finish her off. After the school day ended, Hyodo Issei and his human-turned-devil companion approached the Occult Research Club room. When they opened the door, Rias sat in her chair with Akino standing to her right. Yuto and Kaneko were on the couch, and a second couch had been brought in with Yoshihashi standing behind it and Drake beside them. Everyone in the room turned to look at the two newcomers. The turbine-tailed Cyknight leaned down and patted the sides of the couch, inviting Asia and Issei to sit next to him. Asia and Issei smiled and moved to sit together. The new member of Rias's peerage looked back at the two Cyknights and asked why they were not sitting down. The visor-wearing Cyknight apologized and explained that his tail prevented him from sitting. The fiery ace added that he was too heavy for chairs or couches because they had broken when he tried to sit. Rias promised to look into getting special chairs for them. The dragonfly-based Cyknight thanked her, and the dragon-based Cyknight gave a quiet thanks as well. The young king then suggested they move on to the main reason for the gathering. Before they did, one of the winged Cyknights said he had a question for Asia. Rias asked what it was. The seven-winged Cyknight asked why Asia had been with the fallen angels and with Freed. Drake expanded on the question, noting that while Twilight healing was not the rarest or strongest sacred gear, its ability to heal anyone made it incredibly valuable. Drake remarked that Asia had clearly been part of the church and he could not imagine why they would let her go, especially to the fallen angels, who were among their enemies. He asked Asia to tell her story but added that she did not have to if she felt uncomfortable. Asia agreed that they should know and took a deep breath before looking down. She explained that she had never known her parents and had been left at a church as a baby. The church had taken her in and raised her kindly. A few years later she had found an injured puppy and wanted to help, which activated her Twilight healing for the first time. People found out about her sacred gear and began calling her the Holy Priestess. For a time everything went well. Then she came across a wounded stranger and healed him with Twilight healing, only to discover afterward that he was a devil. Asia said that she personally had no problems with devils, but when the other members of the church learned of it, they labeled her a witch and banished her with no support. She said she had had no choice but to rely on the fallen angels. The devils in the room reacted with shock. Issei and Yoshihashi looked at her with sorrow, and Drake growled in anger. The four-winged Cyknight expressed disbelief that the church could cast her out after she had only shown kindness and helped someone in need. The two-winged Cyknight replied that while the church did do good in some ways, it was not generous with redemption. To the church, once someone was out, they were out. Asia suddenly cried out and clutched her head in pain. Issei leaned over and put his hands lightly on her shoulders, asking if she was all right. The Red Dragon Emperor observed that Asia had tried to pray, and Asia weakly confirmed that she had been trying to pray. The fiery ace explained that centuries ago the leader of the angels had put in place a system that caused any devils in the area to suffer a sudden, sharp headache if they heard a passage from the Bible or even his name. The system also made objects considered wholly harmful to devils, which was why they had taken away her cross. He warned that she should not pray or say the leader of the angels' name out loud. What she thought in her head was her own business. Issei began to say the leader's name but was cut off by a harsh glare from his superior. He dismissed the remark, and the small Cyknight rolled his eyes. The long-haired redhead, a member of the Gremory clan, cleared her throat to get everyone's attention and the others turned to look at her. She said she hated to interrupt but thought it was time to get back to their original point. The Dragon Emperor agreed and then addressed his partner as Kiddo. The human student responded to Drake and reached down to pull out his laptop, placing it on the table and starting it up to show his findings. Issei explained that he had not been able to trace where the camera was broadcasting to, but he had recovered fragments of the recordings and determined that the camera had been in place for approximately a month. Yuto asked why someone would have been watching them for that long. Drake replied that whoever had placed the camera probably had not intended to watch him, Issei, or the devils. Drake suspected the camera had been set up to keep an eye on the fallen angels. The white-haired girl looked at the dragonic Cyknight and asked why he thought that. Drake pointed out that he had only awakened a few days ago and Issei had no prior knowledge of his power or the supernatural world, so it would not make sense to target them. He added that placing the camera in a church abandoned or otherwise would not be logical if the target were devils, so the fallen angels were the most likely focus. He then asked Asia, who shared half of Twilight healing, whether she knew exactly when the fallen angels had moved into the church. Asia thought for a moment and recalled that she had heard they first arrived a little over a month ago. The ponytailed girl noted that this timing matched when the camera had been installed. Ria said all of this was unlikely to be mere coincidence and concluded that someone else had been watching the angels. The red Cyknight warned that the person who had been observing the fallen angels now had footage of them as well, and they still had no idea who it was. In a dark, unknown location, a man watched the last moments of Drake's confrontation with the 4 fallen angels on a large computer screen. He said that things were becoming more interesting than he had expected. Later, Issei, both his Cyknights, and Ria's peerage walked down the street. All the organic members of the group had changed into casual clothes. The human wore a black hooded jacket over a red polo shirt, jeans, and black sneakers with red trim. The white-haired girl wore a long-sleeved white blouse with a light blue collar, a matching short skirt, a long brown coat, white knee-high socks, and black Mary Janes. Asia wore a simple turquoise knee-length dress with a brown belt and black short boots. Yudo wore a white polo shirt and dark jeans with formal shoes. Akino kept her hair in a high ponytail and wore a dark red dress that reached mid-thigh with long sleeves and low-heeled pumps. The others, including Drake and Yoshiyashi, remained unchanged. The red-haired devil asked Issei where they were going. Issei explained that they were headed to the local Cyknight gym. A male devil asked what a Cyknight gym was. Issei described it as a place where Cyknights and their partners could sharpen their skills. A shooting range for long-range training, sparring areas to refine techniques, a state-of-the-art VR simulation room capable of creating solid holograms of any environment for practice, and a medical facility specialized for Cyknights. He added that there was even a small juice bar where partners could relax while their Cyknights trained. As they walked, Issei thought of something and asked why they had all come along, noting that they had shown little interest in Cyknights before. The group admitted that until recently they had thought of Cyknights as simple toys humans used and had not considered them particularly important. The young Gremory devil explained that until recently he had underestimated Cyknights. He had finally realized that Cyknights were more like them than he had thought. They felt and lived like everyone else. Since they might be working together again soon, he felt it was best to learn as much about them as possible. The golden-horned Cyknight suggested they hold off the conversation for later, announcing that they had arrived. The group stopped and turned to look where he pointed. The shortest devil asked why he thought that. The largest member of the group simply pointed forward, and everyone followed his gesture with widening eyes. Before them stood a 5-story building with a pair of revolving doors at the front. Slightly tinted windows wrapped around each floor. Above the second floor, above the entrance, a huge neon sign read Cyknight Gym in bold letters. The 7-foot Cyknight said it was a hunch. They passed through the revolving doors, which were wide enough for Drake to walk through with ease. Inside, a large reception area was filled with Cyknights and Cyknighters of every shape, size, and color. At the center of the room, behind a reception desk, a young woman in her early 20s smiled and greeted them. Her name tag read Yui. She wore a professional uniform and a headset with a small microphone. Yui introduced herself and asked what they needed. The red-shirt boy requested an aerial training room. The greenish-blue-eyed devil looked puzzled and asked what an aerial training room was. Yui explained that because Cyknights came in so many configurations and could swap limbs, there were virtually endless combinations and specializations. Different Cyknights trained for different skills, and flying was a common one. The aerial training room was one of the largest training spaces, large enough to allow flying Cyknights to move freely at altitude. She checked a touchscreen on the counter. A holographic schedule projected from her headset showed availability. She informed them that room A1 was free and printed 2 tickets, handing one to the newer Cyknight and offering the other to the Dragonic Cyknight. A green-eyed Cyknight protested that he was already a master at flying and that the smaller Cyknight needed the practice. Yui apologized for the mix-up and handed a ticket to the 4-winged Cyknight. The blue-eyed Cyknight thanked her and addressed her as sister in a familiar tone. The group then left together. All of them, except Yoshiyashi, entered a control room that overlooked a huge white training chamber about 2 stories high. A large control panel dominated the room. The Red Dragon Emperor crossed his arms and asked Kido how he planned to communicate with Yoshiyashi from so far above. Kido explained that he intended to use his Cyknight controller. The fiery ace expressed doubt, noting that the controller had absorbed another controller previously and asking if it would really work. Kiddo said there was only one way to find out. He produced his deactivated control device from inside his jacket and held it firmly in his right hand. In a bright flash, a thick red armored bracer appeared over his arm, centered with a large green gem and a smaller blue gem behind it. Asia asked how the gems corresponded to the Cyknights, wondering if the green gem represented Draig and the blue gem represented Yoshiashi, and how Kiddo would switch control between them. Kiddo narrowed his eyes and, in an instant, the two gems seemed to swap positions. The smaller gem grew to the larger size while the other shrank. The amber-eyed girl muttered that it was amazing, though her voice remained emotionless. The Red Dragon Emperor asked if she even had emotions. She gave him a deadpan look, her usual expression, and he dropped the subject. A voice sounded from the large blue gem, urging them to get started. They all looked out of the control room window and saw the turbine-tailed Cyknight standing in the middle of the aerial chamber, hands on his hips and tapping his foot impatiently. While glaring up at the control room, Kiddo told the Cyknight to fly until he was level with the control room. The blue-gemmed Cyknight responded that the task was easy and went to begin. He let his arms fall to his sides and all the turbines on his arms and at the end of his tail began spinning at high speed. He ascended quickly and easily reached the required height, struggling only slightly to stabilize himself. He taunted that he wanted a real challenge. Draig, the red Cyknight, broke into a slightly wicked grin and mused that the newcomer wanted a challenge. He chuckled and turned to his partner, telling him to proceed and give that challenge. Issei agreed and began typing at the control panel. From the bottom of the ATR several hatches opened along the four walls and 8 identical robots emerged. They were not Cyknights, but simplified units called Sysquires. Each stood about 2 feet tall with flat, blocky feet and short, thick legs covered partly in a tight black cloth. White armor encased their waists with light gray square vents, and the same black fabric covered their stomachs and lower backs. Their upper torsos merged into their boxy heads, which bore black semicircles with smaller pale blue circles serving as eyes. A thick gray metal rim ran around the bottom edges of their heads. Their spherical shoulders were very small, the upper arms slim and seemingly fabric-covered. Each left arm was a thin white blaster with a light blue interior, and each right forearm was ovular with a dark gray robotic claw. Yoshiashi looked down and raised an eyebrow at the sight of the white and black robots below. The devils did the same, sharing his confusion. The blonde former nun turned to the only Cyknighter and asked what those things were. Issei explained that they were Sysquires, much simpler versions of Cyknights without the same advanced AIs or power. He said they were easy to mass-produce and used for menial tasks and as training dummies for Cyknights to become stronger. The Red Dragon Emperor's patience began to wear thin, and the winged Cyknight requested that they return to the reason they were here. Issei acknowledged him and continued operating the console. Back in the training room, the Cyknight with a sacred gear hovered in the air, studying the Sysquires with curiosity and wondering if they were targets. He rubbed his armored chin and noted that they did not look like conventional targets and that he lacked long-range weaponry. His drones could act similarly to bullets but not truly. He questioned what the robots were for. All 8 smaller robots raised their blaster arms and aimed at the aerial Cyknight. The Sysquires fired small pale blue laser bursts that sped toward him. He cried out in surprise and moved out of the way just in time. The Sysquires continued to turn and repeatedly shoot after him. The visor-wearing Cyknight contacted the others, asking what was happening and why the units were shooting at him. The holder of half of Twilight Healing did his best to avoid the blasts while questioning the situation. Draig answered with a deep, amused chuckle. He explained that they were Sysquires and that he would save a full explanation for later. For now, he said, the important thing was that the Sysquires would help train the Cyknights by shooting at them. He outlined the training benefits: improving evasiveness by learning to avoid being hit, developing independent decision-making because in battle one could not always rely on others, and preparing for engagements with many foes or opponents who used rapid fire. He reassured them that the Sysquires were set to stun, not to inflict permanent bodily damage. A stun blast struck Yoshiashi in the right leg. Although there was no visible injury, he cried out in pain and protested that he had thought they could not hurt him, insisting that it definitely hurt. Drake clarified that he had said the shots would not cause lasting damage, not that they would be painless, and he ordered Yoshihashi to get back to training. Yoshihashi acknowledged the order and accelerated his flight, muttering under his breath about the sudden attack. Drake noted that he had heard the complaint, his voice carrying a faint smirk. Yoshihashi groaned and rolled his eyes, muttering that he should not have spoken up. In the control room, Yudo asked Kaneko whether the Cyknight even had a mouth under his helmet. The youthful-looking rook simply shrugged. A small ringing sounded. Issei pulled a red smartphone from his hooded jacket pocket and answered the call. He told the group that someone wanted to speak to Drake, then handed the phone to the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake took the small device in his large hand, placed it where his ear would be, and answered with a calm greeting. He hummed in agreement for a few moments before saying he understood and would deliver the item later. He ended the call carefully with his thumb and passed the phone back to Issei. Drake apologized to Issei, called him kiddo, and announced he had to leave briefly, instructing them to raise the difficulty level if the student inside started slacking off. Yoshihashi's groan echoed through the room when he heard his senior's orders. Drake chuckled, shook his head, and left. With Drake gone, Issei and Asia turned their attention back to the other Cyknights, who were still dodging blasts and maneuvering the best they could. The rest of the group fell into a private conversation. Akino asked Rias what she thought Drake was doing. Rias admitted she did not know and told Akino and Kaneko to follow Drake in case something happened, but to remain hidden because he was not very trusting and would be unhappy if he discovered they were watching him. Akino and Kaneko agreed. Rias and Yudo would stay behind to observe how their new ally Yoshihashi performed and to see if they could gather more information from Issei. Rias admitted she was very interested in the Cyknight's abilities, and suspected they might hold a clue to resolving her own problem, then urged them to hurry before Drake got too far. Akino and Kaneko slipped out of the room and soon found themselves outside, scanning for their new ally. What seemed like it should be easy became difficult amid the many Cyknights of different sizes, themes, colors, and designs. Kaneko finally pointed to a towering figure with wings and 2 golden horns, standing above most of the others. Rias' group had almost missed him when another slightly shorter Cyknight walked into a building, so the 2 young devils hurried to follow, keeping to the shadows. Drake stopped several times to speak with seemingly random people, both human and Cyknight. Each time someone pointed a direction, he would nod and walk that way. From their distance, Akino and Kaneko could see him but could not hear what he said. Once, the winged Cyknight froze and slowly turned as if sensing someone nearby. He scanned the area and muttered that he could have sworn he sensed someone. His caution had saved him more times than he could count, but what had that feeling been? Akino and Kaneko crouched in a nearby alley, breathing a little heavily but otherwise unharmed. Kaneko peered out and worried whether he had noticed them. Drake glanced around in the opposite direction, then began to turn toward their hiding place. Akino panicked and retreated, then sighed with relief when it became clear he had not seen them. A cocky teen's voice then remarked that they were already in trouble. The 2 girls turned to find 3 young men approaching. All 3 appeared to be around 18 and looked like stereotypical delinquent gang members. The tallest of the trio stood nearly 6 feet tall, with sharp, narrow black eyes and glossy hair styled into a high pompadour. He had tan skin and a muscular build and wore a dark blue school jacket draped over his shoulders like a cape with nothing beneath it. Instead, he had several long bandages wrapped over his lower abdomen and wore baggy dark blue trousers held up by a white belt with a golden buckle and a pair of black formal shoes, the bandages contrasting with his muscular torso. The second of the trio was 2 inches shorter and slimmer, with a lighter complexion and less sharp eyes. He had dark brown hair styled into a small pompadour and wore a jacket and trousers similar to the first but fitted more normally. The third and shortest member was on the chubby side, with a very pale complexion and squinty eyes that obscured their color. His pompadour was the smallest, and he wore a white shirt in place of bandages. The tallest of the trio addressed Akino and Kaneko, commenting that it was dangerous for 2 young women to be here alone in this part of town. The skinnier boy moved behind Akino and suggested they could offer protection in exchange for payment, a thinly veiled attempt to intimidate them. The heavier member echoed the idea and stepped behind Kaneko with a predatory expression, and the three of them began moving in close in a threatening manner. Akino and Kaneko tensed, unsettled by the menacing energy of the trio. Before the situation could escalate further, a familiar voice growled from behind the boys, ordering them to leave the two women alone and walk away unharmed. All five turned to find the Red Dragon Emperor standing in the entrance of the alley with his thick arms crossed and his eyes glowing green. The light behind him cast him as a shadowy silhouette at first, sharpening into his normal appearance as the illumination returned. Akino stammered, correcting herself as she addressed him by name. Akaryu explained that he had felt as if someone was watching him and had gone searching, only to find Akino and Kaneko less than 10 feet away. Akino began to explain their presence, but Akaryu raised his large right hand to stop her, his attention fixed on the three punks. He told Akino to save the explanation for later. Right now he had business with the three delinquents. The three boys, though visibly afraid of the towering Cyknight, wore uneasy, eager expressions that they tried to hide with false pride. The leader of the trio announced that they had been looking for a strong Cyknight to face and that Akaryu would make a good opponent. He claimed they had seen Akino and Kaneko nearby and had intended to ask them to arrange a friendly Cyknight war. Akaryu responded that he accepted the challenge. Akino protested that he could not fight without Issei present, but Akaryu insisted that he did not need Issei's help to handle these opponents. No one in the control rooms or the Cyknight body noticed the darker intentions behind the boys' smiles. They all traveled to a different Cyknight war arena from the one Issei had visited before. This dome-shaped venue bore a sign reading Aqua War Zone. The arena had a deep base and a slightly curved floor. Akino and Kaneko watched from one of the control rooms while the trio of delinquents took positions in theirs. Akaryu stood on the arena floor before the Devil's control room and scanned the area, seeing no sign of any other Cyknight. Akaryu demanded to know where the opponent's Cyknight was and asserted that they should begin. In the boys' control room, the leader stood at the front with a wicked grin. He produced a deactivated Cyknight controller with a black gem set in a dark brown casing, which in an instant transformed into a black Bakken with a dark blue gem embedded where the guard would be. He activated it. A dark blue beam shot out from the gem, pierced the control room glass, and struck the arena floor. The light condensed into an orb of dark blue energy and, in a bright flash, a Cyknight teleported into the arena. The summoned Cyknight, Hatsuko, was much shorter than the Red Dragon Emperor at about 5 feet 8 inches and had an appearance that suggested an unusual, almost cephalopod-like design rendered in stylized, mechanical form. Black, tubular lower limbs trimmed in dark blue and thick lower legs of the same hue, his silhouette compact and unexpected in the arena. On each lower leg were two black, suction cup-like pieces set with sapphire-like round gems. The upper legs were thinner and black. Hatsuko wore a tight waist section that was dark blue at the front and back while the sides were black. The octopus-based Cyknight's torso and sides of the stomach formed one large dark blue panel, with the front and back of the upper body in black, but able to move freely. Sprouting from the sides were 4 tentacles, each composed of 5 connected dark blue metal segments. The inner segments of those tentacles bore small dark blue round gems, visually similar to suction cups. In the middle of the torso was a curved triangular gap with dark blue vents. The shoulders were thick and circular, colored black, and 3 large black missile tubes protruded from each one. The areas around the missiles were reinforced with dark blue armor. He had no conventional arms, only another pair of metallic tentacles, these much longer, with 8 sections each, and with the small round dark blue gems on all but the outermost segments. There was no head or neck in the usual sense. Instead, a large, mostly dark blue crest extended back and curved down slightly from the upper torso, its sides trimmed in black and set with 3 dark blue gems on each side. From a small section between the turbo unit and the crest 2 sapphire-colored eyes emerged. The fiery ace crossed his large arms and scoffed at the sight, dismissing the octopus-like opponent as pathetic and claiming he had seen tougher opponents in the frozen food section. He unfolded his arms into a fighting stance, left arm held parallel to his body, right arm extended slightly upward, left leg back with the knee bent and the right leg fully extended, and told himself to get the fight over with. The leader of the boys smiled and, with a single press of a control, caused several wall panels to open. Moments later, a torrent of water began to gush into the area. The green-eyed Cyknight reacted instinctively, slipping out of his stance as the water quickly rose to his ankles and then higher until he was floating. He held his breath at first, then realized with a flicker of logic that as a Cyknight he could not drown, he had no lungs. He released the trapped air and watched bubbles rise from his mouth, and confirmed that the water did not cause any physical harm. What worried him instead was weakness. The water seemed to sap his strength, leaving him barely able to move. A faint whooshing sound came from the water, and before he could react, something struck his back. A non-graphic, explosive impact pushed him through the water and he let out an agonized, muted cry. He recovered quickly, cursing the disadvantage of being submerged and resolving to get airborne. When he activated his wings, they sparked to life, but a heartbeat later the wing energy sputtered and died. Another impact struck his back, producing another explosion that sent him forward with a roar. Several miniature torpedo-like projectiles then homed in and slammed into him, detonating in a large, non-graphic burst that knocked him unconscious. Voices called his name, and the red dragon-themed Cyknight slowly groaned awake in a control room. Looking up, he saw Akino and Kaneko standing over him. Akino said she was glad he was awake and asked how he felt. He muttered that he felt fine, then realized he could not feel his legs. Akino grew slightly nervous as she began to explain, but the shorter girl interrupted and bluntly informed him that he no longer had any legs. He craned forward and saw that everything below his golden belt was gone. Kaneko explained that after he had been knocked out underwater, the area had been drained and the boys had removed his legs. The green-eyed dragon emperor closed his eyes to calm himself, then activated his wings. They functioned properly and allowed him to hover at his usual height. He noted that at least his wings worked again, and told them he was going to see the others for 2 reasons: to ask Kiddo about why he had felt so weak underwater, and to retrieve his spare set of legs. He added that he did not want any comments about how odd that sounded. Later, Yoshihashi rejoined the rest of the group in the control room and muttered that the whole affair had been painful. Rias told him to cheer up, praised how well he had done, and reminded him that they had all needed to learn to fly sooner or later. Rias noted that everyone was included except Issei. The sacred gear holder with the red visor questioned whether their flight training had involved getting shot at. Rias explained that devils fly instinctively, so they never had to undergo formal flight training. The male holder of Twilight Healing regarded them all with a deadpan expression. The spiky-haired brunette suggested going to the new bar to relax. The large-fisted Cyknight, standing in the doorway with 2 other group members, warned that there were bigger issues to attend to. They all turned and saw Drake still hovering in midair while the devils stood in the doorway. Drake demanded his other set of legs. The heir to a devil clan, green-eyed and trying to suppress a laugh, wondered about Drake's outburst. Drake growled at Gremory for a moment, then calmed and asked his partner, Issei, to transport his other legs. Issei answered yes, produced his boosted gear, and transformed his controller into an armored bracer. A beam of light fired from the green gem and attached Titan legs to Drake's belt. Drake said his new legs felt better, deactivated his wings, and stood on them. Yoshihashi asked what had happened to Drake's legs. The Cyknight with the altered legs looked uncomfortable for a moment, sighed, and suggested they go to the bar so he could explain. Later, the group gathered at a juice bar around a large table. The Cyknights sat in special seats capable of supporting Drake and other large Cyknights, and one seat had a gap for Yoshihashi's tail. Each of the devils and the human had something to drink, and the smallest had sweets. Drake finished recalling what had happened since they parted ways, saying he had woken to find his legs gone and that when he was submerged he felt his strength drained and could not move properly. He turned to Issei and asked for ideas about what had happened. Issei said he had several explanations. The blonde boy asked him to elaborate. Issei explained that Cyknights are aligned to elements and that Drake's attacks were fire-based, so water had countered his affinity. That was why his wings, which used heat-like energy for propulsion, failed underwater and why he felt drained. Drake acknowledged that he could not fight at full power in water, but he asked why movement had been so difficult even beyond the elemental interference. Issei explained that Cyknights are built for specific environments and tasks. Draeg's parts were designed for ground and air use, not underwater combat. In addition, Issei said they were at a disadvantage because their opponents specialized in long-range combat. Issei went on to explain that Cyknights usually specialize in short, mid, or long-range combat. The Karyu, Draeg's form, specialized in short-range attacks like punches and kicks, so he was at a disadvantage against a long-range Cyknight. Draeg realized that they had been outmatched elementally, physically, and by range, and suspected the opponents had planned it. Draeg asked Issei for ideas on how to counter this because he wanted to get back at the opponents and regain his normal legs. Issei suggested buying underwater Cyknight parts to improve maneuverability and a part that could counter long-range projectiles, since their opponent Hatsuko had used missiles. Rias offered to pay for the parts. Issei expressed surprise and gratitude, and Rias smiled and said that friends help each other. Issei thanked Rias warmly. Draeg glared at the long-haired redhead with narrowed emerald eyes, then called to Issei and suggested that Issei and the others go ahead. Rias volunteered to stay with her peerage and cover the food and drinks. Issei responded nervously, unsettled by the harsh glare his partner Draeg gave the Occult Research Club president. The human, the reincarnated devils, and the smaller Cyknight all rose and left the red-haired duo alone. Once they had left the room, Draeg growled at the Gremory member, accusing her of having ulterior motives. The greenish-blue-eyed girl, a Karyu, replied in confusion, insisting she did not know what he meant. Draeg explained that by buying parts and helping out, she was likely trying to put them in her debt so she could call on them for a favor soon. He noticed a bead of sweat on the right side of her face, which confirmed his suspicions. After glaring for a moment, the 7-inch Cyknight sighed and softened. He noted that Issei had a soft spot for a Karyu and reminded her that he still owed her for saving Asia. He always repaid his debts. He suggested she simply ask next time to avoid unnecessary trouble, then walked to the counter to pay for the others. Rias thought to herself that she hoped she could rely on Draeg to help her. Later, Rias's peerage, Issei, and the Cyknight duos arrived at Cyknight Kingdom, where Kaito stood at the front desk as usual. Issei greeted Kaito, who immediately recognized him and noticed Draeg. Kaito said he was glad to see them and guessed they were not there just to socialize. He asked what they needed. Issei requested the aquajet wing and the matching hydro turbine. Kaito whistled and remarked that those parts were expensive, asking if they could afford them. Rias reassured him that she would pay and handed a gold-colored credit card to the employee. Kaito processed the payment on a register that looked like a high-tech laptop. The machine confirmed the transaction with a ding. He returned the card and removed a black, barcode scanner-like device from the register, asking Issei to activate his Cyknight control device. Issei obliged, pulling the inactive device from his pocket and watching it flash into its armored bracer form. Kaito observed the bracer and then used the scanner. An ocean blue beam hit the large green gem for 2 seconds and completed the scan. Akino tilted her head in confusion, and Kaito explained that the scanner functioned like a Cyknight control device and could transfer parts to another Cyknight controller. Draeg impatiently asked for his new parts. Issei raised the boosted gear-like device and aimed it at the Red Dragon Emperor. 2 red light beams shot from the larger gem, struck Draeg's right arm and wing, caused them to glow, and instantly replaced them with new parts. Draeg inspected his new arm and wing with a wide grin. The upper arm and shoulder were covered in segmented silvery plates, and the forearm was a large silver cylinder trimmed with light blue and dark blue accents, secured by 4 silvery clamps. Inside, a dark gray turbine centered on a black semisphere. His new wings resembled a stingray, larger than before and trimmed mostly in dark blue and silvery gray, with light blue plating on the tips. A thin tail of light blue armored cylinders ended in a dark blue diamond-shaped tip. Draeg declared that the parts suited him well. Kaito leaned on the counter and asked what had happened and why they needed the parts. Issei recounted the day's events and their encounter with a group Kaito called the Octonauts. Yuto asked who the Octonauts were. Kaito explained that they were a biker gang that sought out Cyknights, usually fire affinity or close-range types, and challenged them to Cyknight wars in water arenas. He described them as troublemakers who often bent the rules and admitted he wanted someone to stop them or at least beat them for once. Rias assured Kaito that they would deal with the Octonauts. The gang had taken something from their friend Ikaryu and they needed to get it back. Drake agreed and added that he suddenly wanted to make some octopus fritters, letting out a deep chuckle. Later, the group of devils, Cyknights, and a human walked down the street. Asia asked Ikaryu how she planned to find the Octonauts. Drake replied that it would be easy. The gang's smell would lead them straight to the culprits. Yoshihashi questioned that idea, and Drake clarified that the three members they had encountered had a particularly pungent scent. He sniffed the air and then sharpened his expression. The three Octonauts stood in the same alleyway as before. The shortest of the trio asked what they should do next. The middle members said they had found another Cyknight and could score more parts. The heavier one wondered aloud what they would do with all the parts they won. The tallest of the gang reminded them that they would sell the parts for money and called the others fools. A familiar voice interrupted them. The Dragon Emperor appeared at the alley entrance with Issei at his side. The three youths groaned in unison and turned to face Drake in his new parts and the young man beside him. The middle gang member recognized the dragon Cyknight from earlier, and the shortest member asked who the kid next to him was. Drake growled and introduced Issei as his partner, announcing that they had come for an actual Cyknight war. The holder of the boosted gear proposed a duel battle. Drake asked Issei quietly what a duel battle was. Issei explained that it was like a normal Cyknight war but with 2 parts wagered instead of 1. Drake nodded in understanding. The leader of the Octonauts considered the offer and finally agreed to the duel battle. One of his crew asked if he was sure, noting that the red Cyknight had new parts that looked suited for underwater combat. The leader dismissed the concern, saying those parts were new and it would still be an easy win. Drake heard them and growled that they would see about that. Later, everyone gathered at the water battleground. Drake and Hatsuko were at the bottom of the arena while the 3 Octonauts watched from their control room. The devils, Issei, and Yoshihashi observed from the other control room. The Red Dragon Emperor urged the match to begin, and the leader of the Octonauts sneered that they were ready to lose. The arena panels opened and water began to flood in, filling more slowly than before. In the control room, the president of the Occult Research Club grew worried and Asia was visibly anxious for her large friend. Asia asked if Drake would be all right with all that water. Yoshihashi reassured her that the dragon was too tough to be slowed down now that he had new parts. Issei added that even parts not meant for underwater use were waterproof and airtight, so water could not reach their circuitry. Asia quieted but remained concerned. When the arena filled halfway, the 7-inch Cyknight floated in the water. Drake recalled that the octopus Cyknight had caught him by surprise last time, and he resolved not to be caught again. He activated the turbines on his wings and swiftly moved out of the way as a torpedo sped past. He then accelerated toward the source of the shot and saw Hatsuko in the water, a small grin forming on his face. Hatsuko, octopus-based and fast, swiped his tentacles in an X shape, releasing multiple torpedoes from his suction cups. Drake skillfully dodged several projectiles, then aimed his new right arm and spun its turbine, creating an underwater whirlpool that knocked the torpedoes off course and made them explode harmlessly. The dragon's eyes sharpened. He reversed the turbine's direction to reverse the vortex. The reversal began to escape Hatsuko toward Drake. Sensing the danger, Drake deactivated the vortex and struck, forcing the multi-limbed robot backward and pushing him away from the center of the arena. Hatsuko let out a huff and was pushed back by the impact. Back in the other control room, the Gremory group and company watched the water-filled arena. The pool reached only halfway, and the surface hid most of the action below. They could make out vague shadows and occasional water spouts caused by explosions, but could not clearly discern who was where. Yudo scanned the top of the water and asked what was happening below. Yoshihashi admitted he did not know. Issei called to Drake, asking if he was all right. Drake replied that he was fine but suggested Issei activate Flare Boost so the fight could end. Issei obeyed and activated the special art Flare Boost. A Karyu hit the large green gem and a red beam of light shot through the window and into the water. Beneath the surface, the beam struck the golden-horned Cyknight in the back and made him glow red. The glow condensed around his arms, his left fist flaring like fire while the turbine that served as his right arm pulsed with red energy. He aimed the turbine forward, activated it with a mighty roar, and unleashed a blazing stream of energy shaped like a dragon's head. The stream spiraled into a fierce vortex, swept around the dark blue Cyknight, and dragged it upward until it was hurled high into the air. The leader of the Octonauts muttered that it was impossible as he watched his Cyknight sent skyward. Asia murmured that it was amazing as she watched the octopus-based Cyknight pushed up by a miniature fire hurricane. The flaming cyclone stopped a moment later, and Hatsuko remained motionless, apparently hovering in midair. A second later, Drake burst through the surface with a roar and was level with his opponent, his left fist still glowing. He let out another roar and delivered a powerful punch that struck the dark blue Cyknight and sent it crashing down into the water. The octopus-based robot disappeared beneath the surface for a moment before floating up with its face down. Hatsuko had been knocked out. He hovered in the air and glared at the frightened Octonauts, warning them that if they had any of his things he expected them returned at once. Later, outside the Cyknight battle arena, the Red Dragon Emperor returned to his all-red form in a flash of light. He inspected himself and breathed a relieved sigh, saying that it felt good to be back to normal. Akino complained that she hoped the three idiots would not try anything like that again and noted the absurdity that they had wanted money to open a takoyaki stand. Kaneko called them stupid. Drake agreed and warned that if he heard of anything like it again he would handle it, then added that it was time to head home after another eventful day. The others agreed and the reincarnated devils dispersed quickly. Drake addressed Issei and instructed Kiddo and the familiar to go ahead. He had some matters to discuss with Gremory. Issei acknowledged him and told the familiar they were going. The four-winged Cyknight confirmed and the two quickly put some distance between themselves and the group. Rias asked Akaryu what he wanted to talk about. The Cyknight with the soul of a dragon emperor glared at her with glowing green eyes and warned that if she sent others to spy on him again, there would be problems. He then turned and left, leaving Rias wide-eyed and frightened. After a moment the fear gave way to sadness and she wondered aloud that maybe she should tell him the truth. Later that afternoon, Drake and Issei walked near some old, abandoned warehouses. Drake appeared as usual while Issei wore his school uniform with his bag slung over his shoulder. Drake asked where they were going. Issei explained that he needed parts to finish modifications on the sword and gun they had recovered from Freed, and since he did not have the money to buy them, he hoped they could find parts at a nearby junkyard. Drake agreed and quoted the old saying about one person's trash being another's treasure, ready to search for useful finds. They walked on for a while, and the brown-eyed boy asked Drake where the familiar was, noting that he had seen Drake talking to him earlier that morning but had not seen him since. Drake replied that, since the familiar was not suited for direct combat, he had been instructed to focus on his role as a medic. He had left early to practice flying and was now with Asia, working on his half of the Twilight healing under the original user's guidance. Issei praised Drake's intelligence, and Drake chuckled that he had not become one of the most powerful sealed beings by relying on muscle alone. Often it was the smarter fighter who prevailed. Not long after, one of the supposedly abandoned warehouses had its doors ajar, and a faint glint of light caught Drake's eye. A moment later a golden spear flew from the gap, aimed directly at Issei, who had not noticed it as it came at high speed. With surprising speed for his size, Drake moved his large red hand to block the incoming spear, and backhanded it away, sending it spiraling through the air and through an open window of the same warehouse. Drake muttered in irritation and then bolted toward the warehouse, almost tearing the door from its hinges as he entered the empty facility. Issei called after him, correcting himself as he realized they were no longer alone, and ran to follow his partner into the building. They saw the golden spear driven into the floor, its point buried in the wood. Light from the open window caught it and sent a pale glow across the room. Footsteps echoed, and a figure stepped into the light. The young Cyknighter glanced away, blushing as he raised a hand to shield his eyes. Drake demanded that they look lower instead of dwelling on appearances and ordered them to examine the figure's lower body. The brown-eyed boy blinked in confusion, forced himself to look, and widened his eyes at what he saw. The woman's lower half was not human. Everything below her waist was the body of a large brown lion, and an emerald-colored snake served in place of a tail. She towered over them, taller than even Drake. Drake said he would not call the creature a woman and guessed it was somewhere between a centaur and either a manticore or a chimera. The lion-bodied female showed a flicker of surprise and then laughed with an arrogant air. She introduced herself as Visser and, to their shock, pulled her spear free of the ground. Visser said she was a devil, a reincarnated devil and a stray who had wandered into another devil's territory. The green-eyed Cyknight reasoned aloud that, given the circumstances, she was indeed a reincarnated stray devil. Visser smugly conceded and then declared her intent to destroy them and to take the human with them. The human flinched and moved behind the red-winged Cyknight. Visser added that young humans fascinated her. The Red Dragon Emperor intervened, telling her that the human was not a target. He moved in with deceptive speed and struck Visser with a powerful left hook. The impact flung her back, and the room filled with the flash and noise of a high-energy confrontation. The clash remained fierce and dramatic but non-graphic, a rapid exchange of blows and bursts of power that tossed furniture and sent dust motes dancing in the sunlight. Meanwhile, in the old building's occult research club room, Kaneko sat on a couch eating sweets. Akino carried a tray with a teapot and cup toward Rias, who sat at the table studying a chessboard. On Rias's side were several black pieces arranged with one bishop set off to the side. Across the board only the white queen and king remained, the queen positioned protectively beside the king. Rias narrowed her bluish-green eyes at the board in frustration. Akino asked if Rias was still having trouble. Rias admitted that she was. She wanted to recruit Issei into her peerage because she believed he could help with a problem, but she worried Drake would oppose it if he felt she could not guarantee Issei's safety. What made things worse was that Drake suspected she was hiding something from him, which made gaining his trust nearly impossible. Akino suggested Rias have a drink, set the tray down, and poured tea. Rias sipped and smiled appreciatively, thanking Akino for the tea and commenting that it was delicious. Akino returned the thanks with a bright smile. The door opened and the holders of Twilight Healing entered together. The male greeted the room, and Asia bowed politely and greeted everyone in return. She explained that she had been teaching him to better use his half of Twilight Healing, so they had lost track of time. The four-winged Cyknight sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck and stood behind a sofa with the newest reincarnated devil seated in front of him. Rias said practicing abilities was a good idea, and the Cyknight credited Bosu with the suggestion. Rias chuckled that the legendary Sekirudii had more than just brawn, and Akino teased that Rias should be cautious with compliments because Drake might not like being reminded of that. Asia tilted her head and asked why Drake disliked Rias so much. Rias straightened in surprise but recovered quickly before the others noticed. The Crimson-locked devil admitted that Drake was only being protective and that she might have made mistakes that caused him to distrust her. After that, the room fell into an uneasy silence. A moment later, the lone male member of Rias's group stormed into the clubroom, panting from the run. Yuto announced that he had found them. Rias tilted her head in confusion and asked who he had found. The black-haired queen clarified that Yuto had located the stray devil who had been sighted in town over the last few days. Rias turned to her only knight and, as president of the Occult Research Club, asked where they were. The knight reported that he had tracked the stray devil to the old abandoned warehouses on the edge of town. The Cyknight in the room widened his blue eyes beneath his red visor and reacted with alarm at the location. Other residents called out and asked what was wrong. The youngest member explained that Bosu had said he and Issei had been near those warehouses, so they could have already encountered the stray devil. His voice was on the verge of panic. His female devil counterpart stifled a gasp, and even Kaneko, normally expressionless, showed a flicker of shock. A member of the Gremory clan urged them to hurry, and everyone who had been seated rose to their feet. A large Gremory magic circle appeared beneath their feet, rose, and drew them in. When it reached the top, they vanished from the clubroom. A second later, a matching magic circle formed near the warehouses and rose, reappearing the group in a small flash outside the building. The Emerald Cyknight staggered, clutching his head as the teleport jolted him. He muttered that he would never get used to being teleported like that, then straightened and asked where Bosu and Issei were. Before anyone could answer, a pained scream echoed from inside the warehouse. The girl in a sweater observed that the voice did not sound like Draig or Issei but like a woman. Then a loud, familiar roar erupted from the same warehouse, followed by another crash. The Cyknight who knew the sacred gear recognized the roar as Bosu. Kiba urged them to see what was happening inside. They ran to the warehouse and Yudo pushed open a door that had recently closed. Inside, the floor and parts of the walls bore dents and scuffs from the fighting, and the group froze at the sight of the ongoing confrontation. The Red Dragon Emperor stood unscathed and smirking, seeming to enjoy the fight. The stray devil looked battered, panting and sporting bruises and a few shallow cuts. She also showed she had lost a tooth. Her spear was still in her right hand, while her left arm seemed numb. Issei stood nearby and noticed their arrival, asking why everyone was there. The 5 devils and the Cyknight explained that they had rushed over after hearing where the stray devil had been spotted, though they thought their help might not be needed. The Red Dragon Emperor taunted his one-sided opponent, appearing untroubled even as his grin faltered when he glanced at the newly arrived group. The stray devil snarled in anger and charged with fierce determination. She lunged forward with her golden spear, aiming to impale her opponent. The Dragonic Cyknight moved with deceptive speed, sidestepping and flipping forward to strike the back of her lower body with his metal heel. She roared in pain as he used his wings to retreat and land in a crouch before she could fully recover. The shortest member of the group observed that the dragon was strong. The reincarnated devil, hurt and furious, screamed a threat and hurled her weapon directly at the dragonic figure. The dragonic figure reacted instantly. His large red right hand blurred and he snatched the flying projectile out of the air. He mocked the choice to discard a weapon against an opponent better at hand-to-hand combat, then examined the spear and noted that it matched his height and felt oddly natural in his grip. The long-haired, manticore-like female shouted that she would not be mocked. She reacted with a sudden surge of magic. Acting on instinct, the crimson-armored Cyknight spun his purloined spear into an improvised shield, the momentum throwing the incoming energy aside. When the attack ended, he stopped and inspected the residue on the floor. It had eaten away part of the stone like a corrosive substance. The golden-horned Cyknight muttered that it was disgusting, then examined the spear and concluded that it must be enchanted to resist damage. He turned his attention back to the beaten form of their foe and said that he would demonstrate proper spear technique. He then lunged, driving the spear forward with speed and precision. The blade struck Visser's right arm and rendered it temporarily useless, drawing a pained cry from her. With a deceptive burst of agility, he flipped over the stray devil as her snake-like tail tried to strike. In a flash he struck the tail and disabled it, causing the appendage to fall limp. Visser screamed in pain and steadied herself, then reared on her front legs and kicked with her hind legs. The Crimson Cyknight reacted instantly and used the golden spear to block both hind legs, the two of them locked in a tense struggle of strength and skill. Those watching were once again surprised at the Red Dragon Cyknight's physical power and mastery of weapons. The blond man noted aloud that he had expected sword skill, but not such proficiency with a spear. The red-headed woman silently agreed, but then noticed a worried Issei and formed a calculating idea. She glanced at the Dragon Soul-occupied Cyknight, who was completely focused on the contest, and then leaned toward Issei to suggest quietly that if he joined them, they could help Draig and he could help them. The suggestion did not stay private. Issei, sharper-eared than she expected, overheard and reacted with a surprising burst of strength, pushing Visser back and turning to glare at Rias. He ordered her to lay off the kid, warning that he would not be as tolerant next time. Rias was taken aback and flushed with embarrassment. Her queen tried to stifle a laugh, while the human in the group looked even paler. Visser recovered from being thrown and snarled that she would not be ignored, then extended razor-sharp claws and swung to slash at the red-winged Cyknight. The Cyknight countered with a precise, disabling strike that ended the attack and left her unable to use that arm. The long-haired chimera-like devil screamed and clutched at the injured limb. The 7-foot-tall draconic Cyknight took in the scene and heard a frightened whimper. Asia was covering her mouth and looked visibly ill at the sight of the injury. The other devils seemed less affected. The green-eyed Cyknight instructed Issei, Gaki, and Asia to close their eyes because they would not want to see what came next, and the three of them obeyed without question. The centaur-like devil's rage flared. Her eyes darkened and her features sharpened into a feral snarl as she unleashed a thunderous roar. Before she could advance, the crimson Cyknight moved with deadly calm and drove the golden spear in a decisive strike that felled her. She collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The fiery ace exhaled and shook the spear to clear it, then told Rias to clean up the scene. Rias, having stopped blushing, teased him that he might be forgetting something, enjoying the moment. The towering metallic dragon emitted an aggravated growl for a moment before giving a tired sigh. The spear-bearing Cyknight requested assistance. The red-haired devil complied, extending her right arm and aiming at the fallen stray devil. A small Gremry-style magic circle formed in front of her hands and released black and red beams that struck the corpse. In a flash, the stray devil was dispersed, leaving no trace behind. The Red Dragon Emperor watched with satisfaction, then turned toward the three figures with their eyes closed and told them it was over. They opened their eyes and appeared much improved. The largest of the group walked over, the spear resting across his shoulders. The insect-patterned Cyknight commented that it had been an interesting encounter, and the dragon-patterned Cyknight mumbled agreement. The red-visor Cyknight asked what the large Cyknight planned to do with the spear. The larger warrior admitted he would probably keep it, joking that a little red paint would make it match his style and that it was good to have options since the original owner would not be using it again. Yuto observed that the larger Cyknight seemed to have developed a habit of taking opponents' weapons after a fight. The golden-belted Cyknight shrugged and said it was simply the Cyknight in him when he won a fight. He took a prize. Aquino agreed that to the victor go the spoils. The Red Dragon Cyknight said that he and his companion needed to continue searching for what they had been seeking, and he added that they would discuss the earlier incident with Rias later. He then left with Issei following. Rias watched them until they were out of sight and sighed, clearly annoyed to have been foiled again. The others did not question her and left the warehouse, which fell quiet once more. A short while later, another figure stepped from the shadows into the light. Sona, the short-haired girl, looked thoughtful for a moment before a small smile appeared. A pale blue magic circle materialized beneath her feet, the rose emblem shifting into an intricate necklace-like sigil, and she vanished in a flash. The next day, after classes ended, all members of the Occult Research Club except Asia gathered in the club room of the old building. Rias and Aquino played a game of chess while Kaneko sat on the sofa nibbling sweets and Yuto leaned against the wall opposite the windows, deep in thought. Yuto stood and cleared his throat gently to get the club president's attention. Rias asked if something was the matter. Yuto explained that he had been wondering why devils regarded Cyknights as weak. He admitted that he could not compare Drag the celestial dragon Cyknight or the powers of other exceptional Cyknights with ordinary examples, but he had researched and watched several fights. He had seen Cyknights whose power and skill matched many low and mid-class devils and even a few that could contend with high-class devils one-on-one. He asked Rias for her opinion. Rias sighed and turned away from the chessboard. She acknowledged that she had done some research as well and agreed with Yuto. Some Cyknights were indeed on par with mid-class devils, and a few even had a chance against high-class devils in single combat. She reflected that devils had long assumed Cyknights were mere human toys and had been too prideful. To imagine humans creating something that could rival them. The more she saw of Cyknights' potential, the more convinced she was that that assumption had been wrong. The others listened in silence, absorbing their leader's words. A knock sounded at the door and the room turned toward it. Rias invited the newcomers in. The door opened and Sona entered with Tsubaki following. Rias asked what Sona was doing there. Sona began to say she had come about Issei, but Rias interrupted, reminding her that Issei was under another individual's protection and warning her not to interfere. Sona bristled but kept her composure and clarified that she had not come to talk about Issei himself. She had come to inquire about his Cyknights, specifically the one called Akaryu. The Gremory peerage reacted with wide eyes. Kaneko stammered, asking why Sona wanted information about him. Sona's gaze sharpened behind her glasses as she explained. The previous day, she had gone to deal with the stray devil Rias had mentioned and had been surprised to find Issei and his Cyknight already there. She had watched as the Cyknight not only held the creature at bay but seemed to toy with it, then ultimately defeat it on its own. Afterwards, the stray devil had spoken to Rias, and Rias had complied with its request. Sona wanted to know more about Akaryu because of that unexpected display and the questions it raised. Sona asked what that Cyknight really was, her glasses gleaming and obscuring her eyes. Rias stiffened, realizing the student council president had seen everything. She thought to herself that at least Sona did not yet know that Akaryu was really the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake. Rias then looked down and apologized to Sona, explaining that she could not reveal anything. Sona decided that if she could not get answers from Rias, she would get them herself, and she turned to leave, calling for Tsubaki to follow. Tsubaki answered that she would and fell in step behind her superior as the door closed. After the door shut, Rias sighed, closed her eyes, and muttered that the exchange could have gone better. The only male in the group asked what she thought Sona would do, and the young king admitted that he did not know but had a bad feeling whatever Sona attempted would end badly. The next afternoon, Drake walked the streets again, a plastic bag of food items in his right hand and a shopping list in his left. He wondered why he could never say no to Toko. She let him stay at her home, so helping felt fair, but he found it odd that she wanted fish and camembert on the same day. He thought it would be easier to fly home, and when he glanced at a nearby clock he saw it was already 3. He assumed school must be over and that Kiddo and Asia should be home unless Sona tried something again, a thought he quickly dismissed. A sudden sense of being watched made him stop in the middle of the road and look around. At first, no one seemed to be paying him much attention, but then his gaze landed on a figure standing at the mouth of an alley. The girl looked about 17 and average height. Her most striking features were long snow-white hair that fell to her back and bright gray eyes, and she wore the full Kuo school uniform. She was definitely looking at him. Drake asked if he could help, and the girl raised her right hand in a common gesture indicating for him to come closer. He obliged and stepped in front of her, towering over the shorter student. Before he could do anything else, she swiped the bag from his grasp and sprinted away, leaving him stunned. He recovered and gave chase. The girl turned a corner and vanished, and Drake found only a dead end where she had disappeared. He followed a shadow across the ground and looked up to find her perched on the edge of a nearby roof. She turned and moved on. He briefly wondered what she could be, some kind of trickster, then spread his wings and took to the rooftops after her. They raced along the tops of buildings, leaping between roofs without losing speed. Drake muttered that if the pursuit ended in him chasing a rabbit hole he would be annoyed. When the girl dropped from a roof into an alley, he followed and ran until she slipped into an abandoned warehouse. The doorway had only been opened enough for someone small to slip through, and Drake paused, too large to fit comfortably. He pulled the door wide and went inside. His eyes adjusted to the dim light to reveal a surprising scene. Sona sat inside the warehouse, accompanied by Tsubaki and Tsubasa. The white-haired girl who had stolen the bag stood nearby, and 3 other girls were with them. One of the girls was about the same age as the rest, with reddish-brown hair in pigtails tied with orange ribbons and bright brown eyes. She wore the standard school uniform. Another was a slim young woman with long dark brown hair braided halfway down and warm brown eyes that always seemed gently content. The last appeared a year younger than the others, with long brown hair in pigtails held by green hair clips that matched her green eyes. She wore the Kuo girl uniform, with stockings striped green and dark green. The short-haired, glasses-wearing girl stepped to the front and, with a small smile, Sona welcomed Akaryu and said she was glad he had come. Drake, the 7-inch Cyknight, crossed his arms and replied that if she had wanted him to come she only had to ask. There had been no need to send the white-haired girl to steal from him and chase her here. Sona chuckled and explained that she had only wanted to be sure he would come. If she had asked directly he might have refused. The petite leader of the group said this with quiet confidence. Akaryu asked for his bag back. Sona agreed and turned to the white-haired girl, asking Momo to return it. Momo did so, tossing the bag to Drake. He caught it with his left hand, warned them that there were fragile things inside and that they would be responsible if anything broke, then set the bag down and asked what they wanted from him. Sona's smile vanished and she grew serious. She stated that she wanted a straight answer about who he really was, nothing vague about being just a Cyknight. She had seen him take down a stray devil and knew he had knowledge of the supernatural, and she urged him to answer quickly. Drake remained unimpressed and wondered aloud whether she intended violence. Sona warned that if he refused to answer, they would make him. The blue-haired tomboy Tsubasa rushed forward to try to punch the much larger man. Drake raised his left forearm to deflect the blow, sending her skidding back a short distance, then used his strength to toss her aside. Tsubasa recovered quickly and launched herself again, attempting a spinning kick, but Drake leaned back to avoid it and her momentum carried her into a controlled spin. She planted her foot and attempted a high back kick. Drake blocked with his right arm and pushed her back more easily this time. She spun and faced a Karyu, threw a right hook at his head, but the red-armored Cyknight ducked with surprising agility and countered with a calculated punch to her midsection that sent her reeling. The long pigtailed girl shouted that she would get Tsubasa and rushed in. Sona warned the others, calling out the names Ruruko and Matsu, but the stalking girl had already closed in and launched a mid-air spin kick aimed at Drake's head. Drake reached up, caught her leg, and tossed her aside. She flipped on the landing and got to her feet, but Drake was already moving in, preparing a strike. At the last moment, a reddish-brown-haired girl stepped between them with a katana, the blade cutting down to block what would have been a blow to Drake's arm. Her intervention forced him to leap back to create distance. The brown-haired swordswoman explained that they could not afford one-on-one fights. He was stronger and more skilled than they had expected, and they would have to work together if they wanted to defeat him. The fiery Cyknight sighed in irritation and prepared to resume the confrontation. He noticed a Naginata-wielding girl, Tsubaki, rush in and chop at him. He dodged by jumping back, and Tsubaki argued that in battle one must take every opportunity to strike. Drake found himself silently assessing the group. The blue-haired girl's strength marked her as one of the key fighters, the red-haired girl's speed and style suggested another important piece, the brown-haired swordswoman was likely one of them as well, and the others remained to be identified. He watched Momo and the remaining unnamed girl and then turned his attention back to Sona, ready for her next move. There was no doubt in someone's mind that she was the one. The red-winged Cyknight pushed forward, creating enough clearance for him to leap back and land in a crouch. The long-haired weapon wielder moved to intercept, bracing her Naginata to block his strike, but he used his momentum to deflect the blow and slipped aside. Tsubaki's heterochromatic eyes widened as she watched his other large fist curve upward. At the last moment, an ornamental silvery mirror materialized in front of Tsubaki, filling the gap between them. When the Red Dragon Emperor's fist struck the reflective surface, an invisible force sent him flying back and he landed face down on the floor. The rectangular-lensed, glasses-wearing vice president panted slightly, then readied her weapon and took a stance. She thought that had been too close and that activating the mirror had bought them valuable time. Even if he recovered, she believed he would hesitate to attack again if he thought she could use it once more. A low chuckle reached her and she barely widened her eyes. The downed Cyknight was rising to his feet and moments later, stood tall. The fiery ace commented that Mirror Alice was a very powerful sacred gear and that he had not expected to encounter it so soon. Tsubaki was surprised that he knew about Mirror Alice. The Emerald Jewel Dragon Emperor acknowledged that Mirror Alice could absorb an attack and send it back at twice the power, but he observed that it had a flaw, a cooldown PRD. For the next few minutes, she would not be able to use it again. He used his speed to throw a right punch, which the Naginata intercepted at the last moment. With a push of his fist, he forced her to skid backward toward the white-haired girl and the braided girl, though she managed to stay upright. He activated his wings, ascended briefly, and then drove straight toward the two colored-eyed pair with his right foot extended for a powerful kick. The white-haired and brunette girls moved to shield Tsubaki. The spear wielder recognized Momo and Rhea and called their names aloud. Momo and Rhea moved their hands forward and summoned two large blue magic circles, similar to the one Sona had used 2 days earlier. The fiery ace's golden clawed foot connected with an invisible dome of energy acting as a force field. Finding he could not break through it easily, he used the dome as a foothold, kicked off, and performed a backflip to land on his feet. He muttered that this answered the question he had earlier. A rushing sound like a torrent of water followed, and a huge blast slammed into him from the side. The vertical water geyser drove him against the wall and then subsided, leaving the Red Dragon Emperor sliding down with his legs on the floor. The glasses-wearing vice president remarked that she had warned him that fighting them would be more difficult than facing the stray devil he had encountered before, and admitted he had done better than she had expected. One of the blue magic circles in front of her vanished, and the others recovered and moved to stand beside her. A light groan came from the fiery ace. He rose to his feet, his emerald eyes focusing on the short-haired girl. He pointed out that their encounter had not been 1-on-7 but 1-on-1, and he had not expected a Citri clan member to bring so many peerage pieces: queen, knight, rook, both bishops, and a pawn to face one Cyknight. He added that he needed a shower. Tsubaki and the Citri leader reacted with surprise to his knowledge. Drake explained how he had identified their roles. The proficiency in water magic and the blue circles marked them as Citri clan or peerage, and the Citri symbol at the center of the circles confirmed it. He identified the leader as the king by power and presence. He analyzed Kinmi Jinmi as having the strength of a rook and the speed of a knight, fitting the queen's profile. The Okian's strength and hand-to-hand style suggested a rook. Akige's surprising speed and use of a katana indicated a knight. Shiro, Usagi, and Henso showed magical skill in creating a strong shield quickly, traits Drake associated with bishops. Midori appeared above a normal human but without outstanding strengths, so he concluded she was the pawn, likely a new member of the peerage. Having identified their strengths and weaknesses, he declared he no longer needed to hold back. Sona Citri widened her eyes and asked what he meant. The golden-clawed Cyknight kicked off the ground and, in an instant, appeared before the second peerage in the city. Fortunately for them, they reacted by instinct and leaped back just in time to dodge the incoming right fist of the fiery ace. The object struck the ground and left a fist-sized crater among the group. The 7 female devils spread their bat-like wings and hovered in the air. Tsubasa remarked that it had been too close. Tomo agreed as they retreated into the sky, their metallic foe watching them from below. The crimson-armored Cyknight activated his own wings and took off after them, noting that he could fly as well. The violet-eyed pure devil ordered everyone to move. The female devils scattered in different directions as fast as possible, with Drake following suit. Soon they were flying around chaotically and all over the area. Ruruko scanned the room as she continued to fly, but she could only see her teammates and not the crimson Cyknight anywhere. The green-eyed girl wondered aloud where he had gone. A deep voice told her to take a guess from behind, and before she could turn she felt a sharp pain in her back from a sudden knee. The blow made her gasp and knocked her unconscious. Her gasp was loud enough to make the others stop and see that their youngest had been knocked out and fallen to the floor. Thankfully they had not been very high, so the drop did little damage. Tsubasa gasped Ruruko's name. The red dragonic Cyknight advised Okian to keep her head in the game and not to worry about her friends until she was sure she did not have to worry about herself, and warned that she was not safe yet. The crimson Cyknight accelerated faster than his metal frame suggested and, catching the blue-haired girl by surprise, his right fist collided with her stomach and sent her into the wall. The force knocked her out. She slid down the wall and fell to the floor. The knight of the group called for Tsubasa and ordered Momo and Rhea to cover her. The 2 bishops responded in unison and raised their hands. 2 Satiri-style magic circles appeared in front of them, each half the height of its summoner, and blasts of water burst forth that were noticeably weaker than the leader's previous attack. The fiery ace muttered about water and dropped down to avoid both streams. Once the streams subsided, it was revealed that the pigtailed knight had been hiding behind them with her katana raised for a downward slash. Drake rolled his eyes and moved to the right, evading the sword attack. Tomo recovered and swung her blade horizontally toward her metallic enemy's chest, but the crimson-armored Cyknight pulled back so the katana cut only thin air. He had positioned his left foot behind her and in a flash kicked her in the stomach with his metal foot. The long, reddish-brown-haired girl gasped from the impact as she was sent backward, but quickly recovered only to find her katana gone. She frantically searched the floor for her weapon. The dragonic Cyknight cleared his throat to get her attention. When she looked toward him, her eyes widened at the sight of Tomo's sword in his right hand. He commented that it was a nice katana, well-balanced and well-maintained, though he personally preferred a heftier broadsword. The brown-eyed knight demanded the sword back, and the emerald-eyed dragon refused. The now weaponless knight said nothing and rushed forward, demonstrating that she was as fast in the air as on land. As she closed, Draig spun and struck the back of her neck with the flat of the sword. The blow sent her reeling and then unconscious. She collapsed to the floor. The golden-horned Cyknight remarked that she had been taken down by her own weapon and then turned to the two bishops, who were still in shock. He surged toward them, vanished briefly and reappeared behind them with the katana extended. Their eyes rolled back as they fell unconscious to the ground. Tsubaki cried out for Momo and Rhea as she watched her allies go down in minutes. The Red Dragon Emperor told her to calm down and assured her they were fine, relatively fine, explaining that he had used the blunt edge. He then demonstrated that he was holding the katana backward so the blunt edge faced forward and asked if they should finish this. The mismatched-eyed queen did not respond verbally. She rushed forward with her naginata ready. She swung the weapon, but the green-eyed Dragon Emperor used the katana to block and pushed her back. She recovered and resumed the attack, yet each strike was met by his blade, which blocked and forced her backward. Then the Crimson Cyknight shifted to a full assault, raising the blade high and bringing it down. Tsubaki raised the staff of her naginata to block, but the sword sliced through the wooden staff thanks to Draig's greater strength. The Satiri Queen barely had time to react before the Crimson Cyknight dropped the katana from his right hand, caught it in his left and followed with a swift uppercut. The gleaming edge was intercepted by the reflective surface of Mirror Alice, which blocked the attack and sent the Cyknight flying back slightly. He recovered instantly and pressed the attack. Tsubaki attempted to intercept with the bladed half of her weapon, but Draig used the stolen sword to deflect it and then landed a powerful right punch to her unprotected stomach. The Satiri Queen gasped at the force, and he followed with an uppercut to her jaw. The force finally knocked her out and she lost her grip on the remnants of her weapon as she flipped through the air and landed on the floor. The golden-horned Cyknight sighed and touched down. He turned to look at the sole conscious member of the student council, and the Red Dragon Emperor said that they should finish this. The Satiri clan member did not answer verbally. She raised her arms and summoned a blue magic circle the size of her body. A continuous stream of water burst forth, then shifted into a serpent-like draconic construct with glowing yellow eyes. The green-eyed dragon observed that the water prison technique was ironically named and then launched himself into the air, causing the water construct to miss. The construct turned and chased after him, curving and twisting through the sky to follow the fiery ace. The dragon found the pursuit annoying and a grin crossed his metallic maw as an idea formed. He stayed just ahead of the water construct, then dove straight down, aiming directly for the creature's body near Sona, who watched with a confused expression but kept focusing on her attack. The Red Dragon Emperor neared the water serpent but pulled up at the last moment and flew out of the way. The head of the water creature was less agile and struck its own body, collapsing in a burst of spray that blinded the bespectacled devil for a moment. When the spray cleared, the fiery ace stood directly in front of Sona, midair in a spinning hurricane kick. He drove the large bulk of his lower left leg into the short-haired devil's side and sent her skidding into the side of the building, sliding down the wall before managing to stay on her feet. Before she could move again, the tip of a katana hovered barely an inch from her throat. The golden-horned Cyknight suggested that she call Gremory so they could finally get this resolved. A short time later, the Gremory peerage, all except one member, walked toward the warehouse where the battle had taken place. Kiba asked why they had to come. Rias replied that Sona had called and asked them to come to this address. Aquino wondered what Sona wanted and why the location was so out of the way. Rias announced that they had arrived. They entered the warehouse and found almost the entire Satiri peerage unconscious and lying on the floor. The only conscious member was their king, backed against the wall with a katana at her throat held by the Red Cyknight. The Red Dragon Emperor saw them and told them not to ask questions, instructing them to take the other devils to their clubhouse while he retrieved Kido, Yoshihashi, and Asia so they could get answers together. The stunned Gremory group nodded and the Cyknight withdrew the blade and rested it against his broad shoulder. Later, Ruruko began to stir and wake. The tomboy opened her eyes to find herself sitting on a couch in the Occult Research Club. Momoko and Rhea sat beside her, with the rest of her team standing behind the couch except for her king, who occupied the chair farthest from the window, and her queen, who stood behind Sona. Across from the student council president, Rhea sat in her usual seat with the Gremory peerage behind her. On the other couch were Issei and Asia, with the two Cyknights standing behind them. Yoshihashi offered a friendly wave. The pig-tailed devil asked what had happened to the president. Her bespectacled leader sighed and admitted with some shame that Akaryu had been able to defeat them all. After that, she had been forced to call Rias and her peerage. They had been brought here to sort everything out, and she had already explained the reason for their earlier actions. The golden-clawed Cyknight advised that if they wanted to learn about someone, it was better to approach them directly or to earn their trust and let them speak, rather than stealing something and luring someone to an abandoned warehouse to attack them if they did not answer. The Satiri peerage looked sheepish. The Cyknight admitted he admired their determination and fighting prowess and suspected they were as stubborn as Gremory. To avoid trouble later, he decided to tell them the truth. The red-haired devil protested that Akaryu could not do that. The Red Dragon Emperor said that he could, asserting that it was his secret and that he could choose who knew. He revealed that Akaryu was not his real name but an alias, and that his true name was Draig, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor. The revelation caused the second group of devils to gasp in shock. They questioned how the spirit could be free when they had thought it trapped in the boosted gear. Draig explained that he really was Draig and that he had no idea how he had left the boosted gear and inhabited the Cyknight body. It was something they were still trying to understand. The student council members continued to stare at the towering figure. The blue-haired girl gave a slight grunt and pressed a hand to her stomach, drawing the attention of the smaller Cyknight. The four-winged Cyknight stepped forward and asked if something was the matter with his older sister. She hesitated and fell silent for a moment. The tall rook hesitated and admitted that the blow he had taken from from Draig still hurt and looked like it might have left a bruise, then asked who the others were. The blue-eyed Cyknight introduced himself as a fairy healer and said he could help. The tomboy rook asked why. The green Cyknight answered by activating his portion of Twilight Healing, placing his ringed hand over her stomach and allowing the gentle healing magic to take effect. The display only made the other group of devils stare in astonishment, and their leader turned to look at the eldest creature in the room. The golden-horned Cyknight, Drake, sighed and muttered that this was going to be a very long day.